Chapter 718. I don't care who you are. If you don't apologize, I'll teach you a lesson today. Xiao Yu waved his arm, and a black bone whip appeared in his hand. He stood in the middle of the road with a cold gaze, sweeping his gaze over the people around him. This scene stunned everyone around him. Yellow Heaven City was very close to the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. It was only 4,000 to 5,000 meters away. Basically, apart from the stewards of the Immortal Sect and the disciples who worked hard in cultivation, most of the disciples of the Immortal Sect lived in Yellow Heaven City. It was the busiest time of the night, and there were a lot of people around. The disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect looked at Xiao Yu, who was standing in the middle of the road, in astonishment. Where did this wild girl come from? Judging from her clothes, she should be from the real world. This wild girl actually dares to provoke Kongless Han, Tang Jiming, and the others. Hey, the Crown Prince is here too, the one who has his head lowered and is holding a game console. The Crown Prince is here too? Seriously, this wild girl is too bold. She came to our Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect to cause trouble. Isn't she just looking for trouble? It seems that this girl wants to avenge one of her juniors. She even wants to challenge Kongless Han and the others. How ignorant. These young men are the most elite disciples of our Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. It seems that other than the people ranked 2nd and 4th, more than half of the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Sect are here. Most importantly, the Crown Prince is also here. The surrounding disciples and family members of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect looked at them and pointed at them as they spoke. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Yu was a pretty little girl, they might have already said some nasty words. Little girl, I think you need to be taught a lesson. The young man with the golden sword in his hand saw Xiao Yu take out the bone whip, and his face turned cold as he said with a sullen face, "Fight, fight, fight. The boss is dying." At this moment, the youth who was playing the game console pressed the button excitedly and said in a low voice. However, the few of them were already used to hearing this. "HMPH, I see that you guys need to be taught a lesson. And you, this fellow." Xiao Yu snorted coldly. The bone whip in his hand moved and directly attacked the golden sword youth. "You're courting death, you little girl who needs to be taught a lesson." The golden sword young man's face went cold, and the golden long sword in his hand instantly unsheathed, directly slashing towards the bone whip. There were even numerous sharp wind blades surrounding the longsword. "You, scram." Xiao Yu's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and the bone whip shook, causing the young man who hadn't even reached the infant stage to have a huge change in expression. The bone whip lashed onto the long sword, causing his arm to instantly go numb as it directly coiled around his arm. Xiao Yu lightly pulled. "Ah!" The golden sword young man let out a miserable cry as his body directly crashed onto the ground. N? The young man and the girl who were prepared to watch the show at the side were stunned, and their expressions changed. "Stop!" The gazes of the two young men were grave as the long swords in their hands slashed out one by one towards Xiao Yu. "I'm scared." The bone whip shook, and the demonic chi on it instantly shattered the wind sword. The bone whip was like a venomous snake, slashing out numerous phantoms. In an instant, the bone whip coiled around their legs. Feather lightly pulled. Bang bang! The two fell heavily to the ground. With Feather's current half-step immortal god strength, these so-called heaven-chosen disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect were completely crushed. They couldn't even see the shadow of Xiao Yu's attack. "You people still want to teach me a lesson." Xiao Yu's face revealed a look of disdain. With a wave of the bone whip in his hand, he instantly attacked the young man who was playing the game console. "Pa!" The young man who was holding the game console with both hands was instantly stunned. "Ah, I'm about to clear the level. The boss is about to die. Damn it." The young man exploded in anger as he stood beside Xiao Yu. The girl beside him was also stunned as she opened the fan in her hand. "How dare you disturb Lingtian's game?" The green energy emitted from the fan as the girl stared at Xiao Yu coldly. "Not only am I disturbing his game, I want to give him a good beating." The bone whip in Xiao Yu's hand did not stop, and once again swung towards Ling Tian. You dare to disturb me? You're looking for a beating. Ling Tian raised his head with a fierce expression, and the 6 spiritual weapons in his interspatial ring instantly appeared. However, the moment he raised his head and saw Xiaoyu, he could not help but retreat backwards. It's you, witch. He let out a sharp voice as though his anus had been blown open as he stared at Xiaoyu with bloodshot eyes. Little slave, we meet again. Xiaoyu looked at the terrified expression on Feng Lingtian's face, and the corners of his mouth curled up, full of mockery. He swung the bone whip in his hand. Fuck! Feng Lingtian could not help but curse. The 6 spirit weapons spun rapidly and formed a 3 to 4 meter long windshield. You actually dare to attack Ling Tian? The expression of the girl beside him changed slightly. With a wave of the fan in her hand, a wind attribute fan shot towards Xiaoyu. Get out of my way. Xiaoyu waved his arm, and with a wave of the bone whip in his hand, the fan in the hands of the girl was sent flying. Little slave, I said that I would beat you up every time I see you. Xiaoyu's voice rang out again. It seems like you are some crown prince of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. How dare you let your Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect bully my martial nephew? You are really looking for a beating. Motherfucker. When Feng Lingtian saw Xiaoyu's bone whip coming at him again, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and grit his teeth. His eyes widened. Which, you think I can't beat you? In this 1 year, I have specially cultivated a battle technique that can counter your whip. I will teach you a good lesson today. Teach me a lesson, and today, I will make your buttocks blossom. Xiaoyu's face revealed a mocking expression as she waved the bone whip in her hand once again. You shut your mouth for this young master. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 6 longswords transformed into thousands of wind swords that shot towards Xiaoyu. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth and instantly flew 20 meters into the sky. A small trick, just a piece of trash like you. You haven't improved at all. Xiaoyu smiled. Compared to a year ago, Ling Tian's strength had increased by quite a bit. However, compared to her improvement, Ling Tian hadn't improved at all. A year ago, Xiaoyu's suppression of Ling Tian wasn't that strong. At that time, if Ling Tian wanted to escape, Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But today, Ling Tian was completely crushed. Ling Tian, who was filled with fighting spirit, thought that he could take revenge today. Roar! The bone whip in Xiaoyu's hand shook, and a terrifying demonic chi instantly condensed into the ferocious head of a bone dragon. Pung pung pung! The tens of thousands of wind swords were instantly shattered. Xiaoyu leaped, and the bone whip in his hand shot towards Feng Lingtian. The bone whip grew longer. Fuck! Feng Lingtian's face turned black when he saw that his attack, which was almost comparable to a peak-level attack, was shattered. Chapter 719. That young lady is so powerful. She actually easily defeated Kong Les Han and the others, and she actually fought together with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince obviously knows that young lady, and he even fought before. Why does he listen to the Crown Prince's words? It seems like he suffered a loss with that young lady. Although this young lady is powerful, but if she wants to defeat our Crown Prince, that's... Ah, fuck, you're hitting my butt again. You demoness, I'll fight to the death with you. On the surrounding streets, a group of Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect disciples and their family members looked on in shock when they saw Xiaoyu instantly defeating Kong Les Han and the others. When they saw that the young girl was actually fighting with their crown prince, shock appeared on their faces. Everyone started to discuss. However, before they could finish their words, a miserable voice came from the sky. Everyone widened their eyes as disbelief appeared on their faces. You hit my butt again. This word again is the key. You have to strike it down. A young man below gulped and said in a daze. The heaven's chosen disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect who were standing next to Feng Lingtian raised their heads and revealed expressions of shock. This was especially so for the 3 young men and women who were instantly defeated. Their eyes were filled with shock and their expressions were somewhat ugly. This young lady is so strong. Even the crown prince was completely suppressed by her. One of the heaven's chosen disciples opened his mouth slightly. The wind is cold, the water is cold, and the autumn wind is cold. At this moment, Feng Lingtian's voice came from the sky, and the leaves in the sky fell. The green leaves were formed from wind attribute energy, and they rotated slowly, emitting a terrifying attack power. You still have time to use your ultimate move. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Lingtian, who was standing in the sky with concentration, and a trace of mockery appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her body moved, and she directly charged over with a strong defense. Pa pa pa. The leaves on Xiao Yu's body made a crisp sound as the black bone armor on her body repelled the sharp leaves. Fuck. It's this terrifying defense again. Feng Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu, who was charging forward, and could not help but twitch his lips. With a wave of his arm, tens of thousands of leaves flew towards Xiao Yu. Shadow Bone Whip. Xiao Yu waved the bone whip in his hand, instantly turning into hundreds of them. Each of them was like a terrifying poisonous snake that spread across a radius of a few thousand meters. Pa. The leaves were easily sent flying. The two bone whips wrapped around Feng Lingtian's body, causing his expression to change drastically. Pa. Ah. A crisp sound rang out on the streets of Yellow Heaven City. The people below could see that Feng Lingtian's pants had been torn to shreds. White flesh was revealed from within. Everyone below was stunned. This was the Crown Prince, their Crown Prince. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect only had one immortal god expert, which was Feng Lingtian's father, a middle-level immortal. Feng Lingtian was the Crown Prince of the entire Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. But now, their Crown Prince had been beaten up by a young girl, and it was even a whip. This. How many times have I told you not to hit me there? You. I can't afford to offend you. Can I not hide from you? Feng Lingtian's face was extremely red. He touched his back and felt traces of bulging blood as he gritted his teeth. Xiao Yu's attack wasn't very heavy, but that was the case. Seeing this girl humiliate and trample on him, Feng Lingtian felt like he wanted to die. He was the Crown Prince of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, the most monstrous heaven son in the entire Yellow Cauldron. This was already the second time he had been whipped by this girl. The first time was outside. He warned everyone not to tell anyone about this matter. But now, it was actually inside Yellow Heaven City. Under the gazes of everyone. Feng Lingtian felt extremely aggrieved. He couldn't afford to provoke her, but this young master could hide. Hide? Do you think you can hide? Xiao Yu's face was filled with mockery. If this young master can't hide, then I'll be at your disposal. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth and moved like a gust of wind. This time, your brother isn't here. If you want to capture this young master, you must be dreaming. Evasive Shadow Technique. This is the evasive shadow technique created by sect leader Feng Ying. It can burst forth with a terrifying speed. Once the evasive shadow technique is used, it can disappear without a trace. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be forced to this extent by a young lady. The crowd below saw Feng Lingtian evading and said in slight shock, "Then let's give it a try, little slave." Xiao Yu's face revealed a mocking expression. The bone whip in his hand immediately lengthened as he attacked Feng Lingtian. Haha, little demoness, if you want to catch me, don't even think about it for the rest of your life. Feng Lingtian's figure moved and easily dodged Xiao Yu's bone whip. His sullen mood was finally eased and he began to mock. Is that so? Xiao Yu's expression did not change. He did not retract the bone whip in his hand. With a wave of his arm, a bone whip condensed from demonic chi instantly attacked. Haha, if you can't hit it, are you angry? The bone whip was once again evaded, and Feng Lingtian mocked loudly. Xiao Yu's expression turned slightly angry when he heard the taunts. He stretched out his 10 fingers and a bone whip formed from devil chi appeared from his body. It instantly covered an area of 5,000 to 6,000 meters in the sky. Little witch, I'm right here. Come, hit me. One had to admit that Feng Lingtian was extremely despicable, as he evaded Xiao Yu's terrifying attacks and laughed out loud. "Little slave, you won't be able to escape now, right?" Xiao Yu's mouth revealed a crafty smile as she pulled her arm, and the bone whips that had been gathering in the sky and had not been retracted quickly surrounded Feng Lingtian, sealing off all directions. "Fuck, you crafty demoness." Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically. The 6 long swords around him slashed towards the bone whips in an attempt to escape. Boom! But in an instant, Feng Lingtian's voice was flung towards the ground. His body landed on the street, instantly causing a crack to appear on the street. "Ah, fuck." A painful voice came from her mouth. Xiao Yu landed with a smile on her face, the bone whip in her hand completely wrapping around her body. With a move of her palm, a bone whip formed from devil chi was formed in her hand, and she directly struck towards Feng Lingtian's back. "Little slave, do you admit defeat?" "Ah, you which, I am a 7-foot-tall man." "Pa. Ah, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Feeling the pain from his back and butt, Feng Lingtian almost cried. Even his father had never hit him like this before, and now, he had already lost to a woman twice. He had no way of resisting at all, especially this time, under the watchful eyes of everyone. "Who is causing trouble in Yellow Sky City? You're courting death." At this moment, an earth-shattering shout rang out, and a number of Yellow Sky City guards who were flying on swords flew over slowly. Chapter 720. Who is causing trouble in Yellow Sky City, courting death? The shout attracted the attention of more than half of the people in Yellow Sky City. The experts from Yellow Sky Gate who did not know what was happening on the other streets were also slightly curious, and their eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Yellow Sky City will soon welcome the people in the real world. The issue of public security cannot be neglected. Who dares to cause trouble here? Some of the higher-ups of the immortal sects also moved and flew towards the direction where the guards of the Yellow Sky City were flying towards. In an instant, dozens of experts at the dance stage flew over. Outsiders? They dare to play around here? The group of Yellow Sky City guards who flew over saw the clothes Xiao Yu was wearing and the people on the ground who were trapped by his bone whip. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Quickly save Ling Tian. Ling Tian is being controlled by this witch. Hurry up and kill her." The scream of a girl could be heard, and the girl who was standing beside Feng Lingtian shouted loudly. "What? Crown Prince?" The group of Yellow Heaven City guards were stunned and immediately looked towards Feng Lingtian. At this moment, Feng Lingtian was in an extremely sorry state, and there were many wounds on his buttocks. It was impossible to tell that he was their crown prince. However, the few spirit swords on the side allowed them to recognize that he was their crown prince. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their faces immediately sank. "Attacking the crown prince, and you guys are still watching from the surroundings. You deserve to die." The surrounding immortal sect disciples and family members were stunned. They opened their mouths, wanting to explain. "You dare to attack our crown prince? You're courting death." At this moment, the surrounding immortal sect experts flew over. When they heard the voice, their faces were filled with shock. Terrifying energy instantly erupted from their bodies, and the spirit tools in their hands emitted a sharp light. "Everyone, our eldest princess is merely sparring with him. Don't be so anxious." At this moment, the Tendraconids saw the aura of the surrounding people. Their bodies moved, and they stood in a circle around Xiao Yu with smiles on their faces. The aura of an infant realm expert was slowly emitted. Sensing the aura of the Tendraconids, everyone around them was slightly shocked. Their faces revealed a grave expression. The atmosphere instantly froze. The eyes of the experts from the Yellow Heaven immortal sect around them revealed a cold look as killing intent brewed in the air. "What are you all so nervous about? I'm just sparring with this fellow. It's not my first time sparring." Feeling the atmosphere around him, Xiao Yu chuckled. With a flick of his arm, he pulled the bound Feng Lingtian up and stared at him. "Are we sparring? Look at how nervous the people here are. This isn't sparring. This is, Pa. Feng Lingtian's face was unyielding as he glared furiously at Xiaoyu. However, before he could finish his words, a bone whip struck his butt. Ah, fuck, is this a spar or a spar? I say, great aunt, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Being directly whipped on his buttocks in public, Feng Lingtian was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to cry. He immediately begged for mercy. You still dare to hit our crown prince? An elder revealed an angry expression when he saw this scene. He was about to attack. Wait. At this moment, a figure flew over and shouted, Elder Feng. Everyone saw the old man and shouted respectfully. N. Feng Jinxing nodded slowly and looked towards the street. When he saw Feng Lingtian, who was tied up by the bone whip, his mouth could not help but twitch. He looked at Xiaoyu with a bitter expression. This lady, we meet again. Hello, old man. Xiaoyu looked at Feng Jinxing's gentle expression and smiled politely at him. Miss, can you let our crown prince go first? Feng Jinxing looked at Feng Lingtian's body and heaved a sigh of relief. His brows twitched. The surrounding Yellow Heaven City guards and the experts from the immortal sects were stunned when they saw that Elder Feng knew this young lady. They then looked at their crown prince. It looked like his clothes were badly beaten, but in fact, they were all superficial wounds. He would be able to recover very quickly without taking medicine. This made them slightly sigh in relief. They stared at them with sparkling eyes. The 10 infant realm experts called the young girl the eldest princess. This young girl's strength was at least at the peak of the infant realm. It was unknown which powerful force she came from. Hee, we're just sparring. Don't worry, we won't be too harsh. Xiaoyu smiled a little embarrassedly. After all, the other party's parents had come. The corners of Feng Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he stared at Xiaoyu innocently. I say, you witch, I didn't provoke you this time. Why did you hit me? Who said you didn't provoke me? Xiaoyu was a little angry when she heard Feng Lingtian's words and glared at him. Feng Lingtian was shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He stared at him with vigilance. If you have something to say, let's talk it out properly. A gentleman will use his words, but not his hands. The thousands of people around saw the cowardly look of their immortal sect's crown prince, and the corner of their mouths twitched. Fuck. Was this still the fearless crown prince that no one dared to provoke in the Yellow Cauldron world? This is my martial nephew, the disciple of my elder brother. Just now, I heard a group of you surrounding him and asking him to sell the Feng Qing pill to you. If he doesn't sell it to you, he will be in trouble in the future. I said, you are still the crown prince of some Yellow Heaven immortal sect. If I don't beat you up, who will? Are you bullying my martial nephew? Xiaoyu glared at Feng Lingtian and pointed at Xiaoran. Feng Lingtian looked over and looked at Xiaoran. Everyone's gaze was also on Xiaoran. They knew this youth. He was the only genius disciple who had joined their Yellow Heaven immortal sect in the real world. He was only 18 years old and already had the strength of the dance stage. He was extremely terrifying. Your brother's disciple, fuck. Feng Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard this. He knew what kind of existence the witch's brother was. That was an immortal-level existence. Why do you think your brother's disciple came to his Yellow Heaven immortal sect? A master's in-name disciple. Master said that in the future, he would let me explore on my own. Xiaoran bowed to Feng Lingtian with a strange expression. This ant-master of his was too powerful. Elder Feng, who was standing in the sky, was also stunned. The disciple of the Dragon King. A trace of seriousness flashed in Feng Jinxing's eyes. The Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. After the 9 cauldrons appeared in different worlds, all the immortal sects had some understanding of the real world. Most of the immortal sects had also heard of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King, but after understanding their strength, they basically threw it to the back of their minds. That was because they only knew that the Dragon Gate had about 10 infant realm experts, and the Dragon King was very powerful. But in the eyes of the high and mighty immortal sects, it was not worth mentioning, because only immortals and immortal sects could make them take them seriously. Therefore, The news about the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King did not even reach the immortals and many disciples of the immortal sections. Chapter 721. Grand Ant. In addition, the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King had disappeared from Jianghu for more than a year. Therefore, almost all the immortal sects had forgotten about this once powerful force in Jianghu. It was as if a big figure would not remember a commoner. However, they were different. When the Dragon King made his move, Feng Jinqing could already confirm that the Dragon King was an immortal-level existence. Therefore, he paid close attention to the Dragon King and the Dragon Gate and checked all the news about the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. When he saw all the experiences of the rise of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. A heaven-gifted genius and a monstrous existence, like the reincarnation of an immortal god. He is actually an in-name disciple of an immortal god. No wonder he has such terrifying strength and talent at such a young age in the real world. Elder Feng Jinqing sighed slightly. Stop spewing vulgarities. Let me ask you, why did you bully my martial nephew just now? Xiao Yu saw Feng Ling Tian's shocked expression and reached out to grab his long braids. A gentleman speaks but doesn't make a move. Feng Ling Tian shouted out in despair. I'm sorry, I'm a woman. Xiao Yu stared at him mockingly. I'm not an elder of the immortal sect. Why would I care about so many things? Feng Ling Tian looked at his long hair being held tightly and being pulled unconsciously, and helplessly began to shift the blame. This caused the surrounding elders of the immortal sect to twitch their brows violently. Cough cough, this matter is indeed our negligence. Elder Feng Jinqing's figure moved, landing beside Xiao Yu and cupping his hands at her. We will definitely handle this matter well. Miss, since your martial nephew has joined our immortal sect, it is also our honor. I'm not afraid of normal competition. I'm just afraid that you people will gang up on my martial nephew and bully outsiders. Xiao Yu was also very polite to Elder Feng Jinqing's gentleness. Don't worry, don't worry. Since this old man has promised, I will definitely not go back on my words. I also know that this disciple Xiao Ran will definitely be nurtured in the same way as the heaven-chosen disciples of the immortal sect in the future. There won't be any injustice. Elder Feng Jinqing promised. Then I'll have to trouble this old man. Xiao Yu smiled and felt a little embarrassed. It's fine, it's fine. This is the first time this young lady has come to our Yellow Heaven immortal sect, right? Tomorrow, I'll let this disciple bring you around and play here for 2 days. Elder Feng Jinqing said with a smile. Sure. Xiao Yu nodded. She had originally planned to stay here for 2 days. Tomorrow, you'll bring me around here. Xiao Yu tugged at the long hair in her hands and said to Feng Lingtian with a smile. Aye. Feng Lingtian's eyes widened and his face turned red. However, just as he finished speaking, his head tilted and Xiao Yu's arms slowly wrapped around his long hair, forcing him to lower his head. Good, good, good. Great Aunt, let go, let go. Feng Lingtian quickly said. That's more like it. In the future, I will tell you that I have some friends in your Yellow Heaven immortal sect. In the future, help me take care of them. Don't worry, don't worry. Leave it to me. Leave everything to me. I will definitely not let them suffer any grievances. Before Xiao Yu could finish, Feng Lingtian immediately squeezed out a smile and promised. That's a good girl. Xiao Yu nodded her head in satisfaction. At this moment, her phone rang. My brother's video. Xiao Yu let go of Feng Lingtian's long hair and took out her phone to answer the call. Although holding the phone was a little out of place in an ancient city, this was the world today. 2 terrifying powerhouses might suddenly ring while they were fighting. You are my little Apple's cell phone ringtone. Brother. Xiao Yu looked at the video and said with a smile. Are we there yet? Wang Xian was sitting in the villa and asked with a smile. We are here. We are now in Huangtian City. We have seen sect leader Tang, Xiao Ran, Xiao Clan, and Sui Clan. Xiao Yu nodded and laughed. Oh right, brother, let me show you a person. Haha. As she spoke, she pointed the video at Feng Lingtian. It's him. He's the guy I taught a lesson to a year ago. Today, I beat him up again. When Feng Lingtian saw Wang Xian in the video, he forced a smile on his face and nodded respectfully. Hello, brother. Hello. After all, he knew that Wang Xian was an immortal god and was worthy of respect. All right. When did you have such a hobby? When will you be back? Wang Xian looked at his pathetic state and revealed a meaningful smile on his face. He couldn't help but smile. Hee, in 2 days, I will be back after playing with the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect in Yellow Heaven City for 2 days. All right, take care of your safety. Enjoy yourself. I still have some things to take care of. All right, brother. Xiao Yu hung up the video call and realized that there were people standing on the rooftops in all directions. He felt a little embarrassed. Sorry to disturb everyone. Xiao Yu bowed to the surroundings, causing the people from Yellow Sky City to be slightly stunned. They quickly nodded their heads. All right, we still have to eat. Tomorrow, bring us around and I'll let you recognize us. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Lingtian and said to him. The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth twitched and he clenched his fists tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, All right. If you dare not come, I'll beat you up every time I see you in the future. Xiao Yu raised his fist and waved at Elder Feng Jinqing before walking towards the restaurant. Feng Lingtian took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. He was really afraid that tears would flow out of his eyes. Fuck, how could there be such a witch? He could not beat her in a fight. In the past, he could at least escape, but now, he could not even escape. Everyone, disperse. Feng Jinqing said to the thousands of people surrounding them. Disperse, disperse. Everyone looked at their crown prince with a strange expression and dispersed. Seeing their expressions, Feng Lingtian almost found a hole to hide in. This time, his crown prince had lost all his face. Feng Lingtian. In the surroundings, the proud sons of heaven, who were with him earlier, rushed over and shouted at him with a strange expression. Don't bother me, Feng Lingtian said impatiently. I will get someone to investigate today's matter. Feng Jinqing looked at the group of young men and women and said with a slightly sullen face. The group of young men were stunned for a moment before a trace of nervousness appeared on their faces. In their hearts, Elder Feng was not as amiable as before. On the contrary, he had always been very strict. Today's matter was caused by them, and they were going to be punished. Lingtian, Jinqing, come over. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside Feng Lingtian and Feng Jinqing's ears. Their expressions changed slightly. It's father. It's sect leader. The two of them nodded their heads respectfully and flew towards the direction of the immortal sect. When the surrounding people heard Elder Feng and Feng Lingtian, they knew that the sect leader had witnessed what had just happened. They just didn't know why their son didn't make a move after being beaten up. Chapter 722, Dragon Gate Banquet 1. Father. Sect Master. Feng Lingtian and Feng Jinqing quickly flew into the main hall of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. When they saw their green figures leaning against each other, they immediately shouted. Feng Lingtian tightened his tattered clothes and felt slightly awkward. Hee. The middle-aged man slowly turned around and looked at his son. There was a teasing look in his eyes as he laughed. Father. Feng Lingtian looked at his father's expression and his face turned red. He walked over and said, Father, lend me your limitless green fan tomorrow. What are you using it for? The middle-aged man continued to laugh as he looked at him. Father, it's not like you haven't seen it. Feng Lingtian was slightly embarrassed and he gritted his teeth. That little witch, she actually embarrassed me in front of everyone. I will teach her a lesson tomorrow and let her know how powerful her little master is. All right, even if I give it to you, you're not her match. The middle-aged man looked at his son and said in amusement. He had never been willing to hit his son once, but he had been taught a lesson twice by a little girl. However, the middle-aged man did not mind. After all, he had been beaten up by a girl, and it was his own fault for not being good at learning. Moreover, being beaten up by a girl might not be a bad thing for his future, and it could also make this kid lower his profile. How could that be? Father, lend me your limitless green fan. I can teach her a good lesson and let her know how powerful I am. Feng Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with the desire to take revenge. That girl already has the strength of a half-step immortal god. Even with the limitless green fan, you are still not her match. The middle-aged man shook his head. What? How is this possible? A year ago, she was still at the infant stage. Feng Lingtian immediately jumped up. However, when he thought about how easily he was beaten up today, his expression changed drastically. Furthermore, the middle-aged man raised his head slightly and looked ahead. With the energy emitted from her body, even 2 or 3 half-step immortal gods might not be her match. That girl should be stepping into the immortal god realm soon. What the fuck? No way. She's about to step into the immortal realm. She looks even younger than me. Feng Lingtian's scalp tingled and the corner of his mouth trembled. Doesn't that mean that I'll never be her match in the future and I'll be tortured forever? The middle-aged man's expression gradually turned solemn. This girl is not simple, and the 10 subordinates beside her are not simple either. I also feel that there are a few experts who are good at hiding around her, guarding her. Gulp. Feng Lingtian could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even Feng Jinqing, who was beside him, had a shocked expression on his face. That Dragon King is not simple. According to his past behavior, do not make an enemy out of him. The middle-aged man said faintly. Feng Jinqing nodded in agreement. Then doesn't that mean that I will really bring her here to play tomorrow? Feng Lingtian's face was full of tears. Whenever he thought of her, he felt as though a whip was whipping him. He could not help but tremble. Hee. The middle-aged man laughed, and his body slowly disappeared. Oh my God! Feng Lingtian cried out in grief and indignation. The next morning, Feng Lingtian could only grit his teeth and head to the restaurant where Xiaoyu was staying like a wronged little wife. He did not dare not to come. After knowing that she had such terrifying strength and was about to enter the immortal god realm, he had already changed from wanting to resist to fawning over the little devil, asking her not to beat him up in the future. In the end, the people of Yellow Sky City saw their crown prince standing next to a young girl with a smile like a little puppy, taking her to eat all kinds of delicacies. This caused everyone in Yellow Sky City to be astonished. However, when they thought of what happened last night, the expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. Their crown prince had really become a little slave. And when Xiaoyu was touring the Yellow Sky Immortal Sect, a major incident happened in Jiang City. This incident caught everyone in Jiang City unprepared. Jiang City was no longer the same Jiang City as before. The aristocratic families in Jiang City had also undergone some changes. After the appearance of the 9 cauldrons, all the martial artists in the Jianghu had basically joined the immortal sections. A large portion of them had joined the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, but the weaker Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect didn't take them in. Most of the families in Jiang City were weaker and didn't have the qualifications to join the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. Therefore, after the other immortal sects appeared, some joined the Ming King Immortal Sect, some joined the Puppet Immortal Sect, and some joined other immortal sections. After each cauldron appeared, after 4 to 5 months of conflict, they tacitly agreed that one cauldron occupied a territory. This caused Jiang City to belong to the sphere of influence of the Yellow Cauldron. Those aristocratic families that joined other immortal sects directly moved to other cities. There were also warriors from other aristocratic families who had moved to Jiang City because they had joined the Ming King Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect. In short, the current Jiang City was no longer the former Jiang City. However, there were still many former Jiang City worlds that were still in Jiang City. This morning, an invitation was sent to all the aristocratic families. When they saw the words Dragon Gate Banquet, many warriors were shocked. Dragon Gate Banquet, the Dragon King is back? The Dragon King is back. The former king of Jianghu, the king of Jiangqing, is back. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the invitation in their hands. They were all former Jianghu warriors. They had witnessed the rise and hegemony of the Dragon Gate and witnessed the domineering and invincible Dragon King. What is the Dragon King doing inviting the aristocratic families and warriors of Jiangcheng, announcing his return and declaring the sovereignty of Jiangcheng? The Dragon King is back. Get people to prepare immediately. Let's go on time today. The former king is back. This is the world of the Ming King Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect now. What does this Dragon King want to do? Does he want to compete with the Ming King Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect? This is simply wishful thinking. The former king is, after all, the former king. He has become a thing of the past. What more does this Dragon King want to do? I have to admit that the former Dragon King of the Dragon Gate once suppressed the entire Jianghu until they couldn't breathe. But now, it's too far away from the Immortal Sect. The eyes of the warriors of the aristocratic families who received the invitations were shining. In the world where the Immortal Sect was now the king, there were probably not many who could recognize the former Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. There were even many warriors who disdained him. At this moment, in the temporary base of the Puppet Immortal Sect, Jiang City, about 10 disciples of the Puppet Immortal Sect stood in a room with despair on their faces. Around them, several elders sat there with gloomy expressions on their faces. In their territory, someone actually dared to cripple their 10 disciples. They deserve to die. Chapter 723, Dragon Gate Banquet 2, 1/20. Do we know who did it? In the main seat of the room, an old man sat there with a sullen face and said with a sullen face, Deacon Zhang, we have found out. The one who did it was the doctor from the Divine Dragon Medical Center. He is known as the Red God Doctor. He is at the dance stage. However, according to the information we have, the person behind this Red God Doctor is someone called Wang Xian. He is the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate, the strongest force in the Jianghu. A middle-aged man sitting next to him said as he took out an invitation card. Coincidentally, I received a piece of news today. The middle-aged man handed the invitation card over. This was given to me by a martial artist who joined the Puppet Immortal Sect. Dragon Gate Banquet? The old man took the invitation card and his eyes flickered. That's right, Dragon Gate Banquet. I have investigated this Dragon Gate today and found out that this force is not simple. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Not simple? The old man raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man. Yes, this Dragon Gate used to be the most powerful force in the martial world. At the same time, it was also the king of Jiang City. The Dragon King of Dragon Gate was at least at the infant realm, or even stronger. Moreover, there were at least 10 infant realm experts in Dragon Gate. The middle-aged man said, More than 10 infant realm experts. The old man revealed a surprised expression and automatically ignored the words, even stronger. Then, his eyes turned cold. No wonder they dared to cripple the disciples of our Puppet Immortal Sect. This Dragon Gate is really audacious. The Dragon Gate Banquet is interesting. The old man's eyes turned cold as he slammed the invitation card heavily on the table. I think this is the farewell banquet. The middle-aged man frowned. Deacon, should we report this matter to the Immortal Sect? After all, the strength of this dragon sect is not to be underestimated. There's no need for that for now. Today, we'll go over and ask them to give us an explanation. If this dragon sect doesn't know what's good for them, we'll report it to the Immortal Sect and destroy it. This is a deacon. The middle-aged man still wanted to ask if there was any danger. After all, they were a faction in Jianghu in the past and couldn't be compared to the Immortal Sect at all. As long as this Dragon Gate didn't seek death, they definitely wouldn't dare to attack them. A faction without immortals and gods would be destroyed in the end. At this moment, on the Jianghu network, within the Shunding region's page, a few posts were trending in the forum. One was about Mu Zidao and Ming Feng. Jianghu website was the largest website in China, and ordinary people knew about this forum. What happened at the school gate yesterday was known by all the students of Jiangcheng University. Someone had brought this matter to Jianghu website. There weren't many words, only photos. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng were wearing torn clothes as they stood in front of an RV. A dog was squatting there staring at them. The two of them were in an exceptionally sorry state. The clothes on their bodies couldn't cover their bodies at all. What shocked everyone even more was that the two of them were repairing cars. That's right, they were repairing cars. Mu Zidao and Ming Feng were both elite disciples of the Ming Wang immortal sect. They could definitely be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation in the immortal sect. However, the two dazzling disciples of the immortal sect were actually repairing the car in such a sorry state. This was obviously abnormal. At the same time, it also caused all the martial artists in the Shunding region to be dumbstruck. What's going on? Mu Zidao and Ming Feng are both very powerful. How did they end up in such a state? Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone was shocked as they replied below. In just a few short hours, it had become the hottest topic in the Shunding region. However, someone who knew about it quickly revealed the cause and effect. This immediately caused an uproar in everyone in the Shunding region. An infant stage dog, Jiang City University's famous figure, Wang Xian, Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. Following that, there was a post that attracted everyone's attention this morning. Dragon Gate Banquet. The Jianghu faction, Dragon King of Dragon Gate, would hold a Dragon Gate banquet at Xianying Hotel and invite all the martial artists from the aristocratic families in Jiang City. This post was related to Mu Zidao's and Ming Feng's posts. The originator was the same person, Dragon King of Dragon Gate. I didn't expect there to be such a faction in Jianghu, and it's even within the territory of our Shunding. In the Ming Wang immortal sect, a dozen or so young men and women were sitting on a mountain platform that was emitting a faint light. A thin and weak young man holding a white scepter raised his head indifferently and glanced at the two gloomy-looking young men sitting beside him. Does our immortal sect elder have any orders? A girl was holding a cell phone and taking beautiful pictures as she asked with a smile on her face. Do you think the immortal sect will do anything about this? The disciples of the immortal sect are humiliated after provoking others, and the immortal sect will avenge them? Hee hee. The thin and weak young man said mockingly. After all, there are about 10 infant realm cultivators. Maybe the Dragon King is a half-step immortal god powerhouse. This force is not weak. The girl continued. Tonight, my father is attending a banquet. That guy dares to humiliate us because he has an idea. He wants to join our Ming Wang immortal sect. In this way, he will attract our immortal sect's attention, investigate his background, and then invite them to join the immortal sect. This way, he can get better benefits. Obviously, Feng's face was gloomy, and his eyes flickered. However, he picked the wrong person. He can join, but he has to pay a price. They are a very powerful force and are very useful to our immortal sect. Hee hee, but you guys are really unlucky. At most, you can only discuss the other party. In the future, your status might not be lower than ours. The thin and weak young man laughed. The Dragon King of the Dragon Gate dared to humiliate Mu Zidao and Xian Feng. Clearly, in their eyes, he had only one goal, which was to attract the attention of the immortal sect and invite them into the immortal sect. That was because if the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate deliberately wanted to humiliate Mu Zidao and Xian Feng, he was obviously courting death. A powerful force that once belonged to the Jianghu was obviously not so stupid. I'll go and see the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate tonight. Which one of you is interested in going? The thin and weak young man stood up with a smile on his face and said casually, I'll go. I'll go and take a look too. Hee hee. The young men stood up with smiles on their faces. If Wang Xian knew about the thoughts of the Ming Wang immortal sect and thought that he wanted to attract the attention of the immortal sect, he didn't know if he would think that they were too narcissistic. However, from the perspective of the immortal sect, this was the only plausible explanation. An ant ran onto the body of an elephant. The elephant wouldn't think that the ant was here to provoke it. It just thinks the ant is lost. Because ants don't deliberately seek death. In their opinion, that's what Dragon King means. Chapter 724, Dragon King Banquet 3, 2/20. Dragon King, we have received news that the floating island was taken away by the celestial sect of puppets. In Jiang City University, Wang Xian walked towards the first-grade pavilion after school at noon. Beside him, Imo Qinglong reported to him. Okay, I'll go and get it back tomorrow. Wang Xian nodded. He went to the shop and looked around. The first-grade pavilion was no longer open for business today. As for Manager Huang, he had handed him over to Elder Qin to handle. As for ordinary people, he had to go through legal means. With the conclusive evidence, one could imagine the consequences. In addition, the employees of the first-grade pavilion were all sent back after giving them a sum of money. Wang Xian got Devil Azure Dragon to start modifying the first-grade pavilion and turning it into the Divine Dragon Smelting Workshop. Dragon King. This is the information of all the martial artists from the aristocratic families in the martial arts world. In the afternoon, Imo Qinglong handed over another set of information. Wang Xian sized it up. Okay, call all the dragon men. Ao Jian, Ao Yao, and the rest of them will come as well. Wang Xian looked at the time and headed towards the Xianying Hotel in advance. The entire hotel had been cleared out today. When he arrived, Elder Qin and Elder Shui were waiting at the door. Little brother Wang Xian, please come in. The two of them welcomed Wang Xian in with smiles on their faces. The three of them headed upstairs. Things have changed, but people have changed. The three of them sat in front of a table and sighed slightly. Back then, Wang Xian and Elder Qin and Elder Shui had formed an alliance. Now, nearly 2 years had passed, and everything had undergone a huge change. Little brother Wang Xian, your return will definitely stir up a storm. Old Shui said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. The Sea of Jianghu is much bigger and much deeper. Old Shui and Old Qin, are you sure that I can stir it up? Wang Xian was full of smiles as he spoke to them with a deeper meaning in his words. In our opinion, there is no sea that the Dragon King cannot stir up. Come, come, welcome the Dragon King back to the sea. Old Qin and Old Shui laughed out loud as they raised the wine glasses in their hands. Hee. Wang Xian understood what they meant and felt a little relieved. It seemed that there were still people who believed in him in Jiang City. It has been more than a year and many things have changed. Little brother Wang Xian, you must be mentally prepared for today's banquet. Elder Qin said to Wang Xian slowly. Don't worry. I want to see how much Jiang City has changed. Wang Xian smiled nonchalantly. Time passed slowly. Now that Elder Shui and his son and grandson had joined the Ming Wang immortal sect, Elder Shui came over to express his stance. Wang Xian also knew that the world had changed. The martial artists of the aristocratic families in Jiang City belonged to the Ming Wang immortal sect and the puppet immortal sect. It was obviously impossible for them to betray the immortal sect and submit to him with a wave of his hand. The reason why Wang Xian set up the Dragon Gate banquet today was not because he wanted everyone in Jiang City to regard him as their king. Instead, he wanted to announce that he was back. No matter whose territory Jiang City was in the future, do not provoke me. Wang Xian did not have any intention of contending for hegemony in the martial arts world. His territory was the sea. As long as he developed the sea well, he did not place much importance on a piece of land. He was a little annoyed to see people from the Mingwang immortal sect and the puppet immortal sect jumping around in front of him one after another. Although they were just ants, it was annoying to have too many ants. Today was a rather lively day for the entire Jiang City, the Dragon King banquet. The Dragon King was back. At the Xianying Hotel, luxurious cars were parked at the entrance at about 7 o'clock in the evening. A warrior with a high status in Jiang City walked into the Xianying Hotel. He walked into the hall, looked around at some familiar people, greeted each other, and then surrounded them. I didn't expect the Dragon King to come back after more than a year. Dragon Gate Banquet. I don't know what this Dragon King is going to do. Now we have all joined the immortal sect. Who knows? He is hosting a banquet for all the martial artists in Jiang City. I wonder what kind of lawsuit the Dragon King is trying to sell. I heard yesterday that the Dragon King humiliated Mu Zidao and Ming Feng of our immortal sect. They are core disciples of the immortal sect. This Dragon King is as fearless as ever. The Dragon Sect is also a powerful force. Although it is not an immortal sect, it is not something we can provoke. Let's just watch today. I say that the Dragon King provoked the core disciples of the Mingwang Immortal Gate as soon as he returned to Jiang City. He's obviously looking for trouble. Things are different now. This Dragon King is too arrogant. Some warriors whispered to each other as they rode the stairs and headed upstairs. The world had changed. The Dragon King, who had once made everyone in the Jianghu submit to him, had completely lost his reverence with the appearance of the Immortal Gate. Some people even mocked the Dragon King, while some people's eyes sparkled and were filled with coldness. In the Jianghu, there had been many warriors who hated the Dragon King for chasing them out of the spiritual waterfall. A group of people walked inside. The warriors from the aristocratic families who were familiar with each other gathered together with the warriors from the Gate of Immortality and came to the banquet hall. Tables and chairs were placed in the hall. The warriors from the aristocratic families of Jiang City looked around and found that the members of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King had not arrived. They found a seat and sat down. At 7:30, all the warriors of Jiang City had arrived, and the hall was almost full. At first, they sat there in silence and waited, but as time passed, some people began to talk in low voices. At 8 o'clock, the members of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King still had not appeared. This made some people look impatient. "Where's the Dragon King? He asked us to come at 7:30. It's already 8 o'clock. Why isn't he here yet?" "Yeah, we've been waiting here for half an hour. Why isn't he here yet?" The two middle-aged men frowned and said in a deep voice. His voice was not soft, so everyone could hear him clearly. "Are you deliberately ignoring us? It's been half an hour, and you still haven't come over. We are not the subordinates of the Dragon Gate, and we are not the Dragon King's world now." A middle-aged man suddenly stood up and said loudly, "If you still don't come out, we will leave. Do you want to put on airs, or show us your might? The Dragon King and the Dragon Gate are quite powerful, but no matter how powerful they can't control us. We came here today to give him face and really take ourselves seriously." An old man gently patted the table. "That's right. If he doesn't come soon, we'll leave. The Immortal Sect still has a mission to deal with." A fat middle-aged man said with a smile. Although their strength was only at the Xiantian realm, they were really not afraid of the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate now. With the Immortal Sect behind them, what could the Dragon King do to them? Some of the other martial artists also showed a hint of impatience in their eyes. "Sorry, I'm late." At this moment, Wang Xian, who had been in another room, came to the entrance of the banquet hall. Behind him were a group of Dragon Gate disciples. Chapter 725, Dragon King Banquet 4, 3/20. "Sorry, I'm late." As the voice rang out, Wang Xian walked towards the banquet hall with a smile on his face. At this moment, Wang Xian had a warm smile on his face. After advancing to celestial being, his aura was completely restrained. In the past, there was a domineering and majestic aura coming from him. There was even a hint of murderous aura coming from him. Now, he looked like an ordinary person. Upon hearing Wang Xian's voice, everyone was slightly stunned. They looked towards the entrance in astonishment. When they saw Wang Xian walking and wearing casual clothes with a smile on his face, a hint of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the martial artists of River City. The Dragon King's aura has changed. He is no longer as lofty and domineering as before. He doesn't put the world in his eyes anymore. That's because the Dragon King in the past was unrivaled in Jianghu. But now, he is not stupid. He knows how to control himself. If the Dragon King still dares to be as arrogant as before, he will probably be killed by the Immortal Sect. Some of the martial artists saw Wang Xian's genial expression and relaxed the tension in their eyes. A faint smile appeared on their faces. It's fine. We're just nagging. The Celestial Sect still has some matters to settle. So, The fat middle-aged man was still standing there with a smile on his face as he spoke to Wang Xian cheerfully. Congratulations on the Dragon King's return. May I know why the Dragon King invited us to a banquet? The old man who was slapping the table took a sip of his wine and asked Wang Xian. The other 4 to 500 martial artists looked at Wang Xian with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It's nothing. I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm back. Wang Xian walked to the front of the banquet and turned his head slowly. Hee. As soon as he finished his sentence, the fat middle-aged man and a few middle-aged men smirked. The rest of the martial artists from Jiang City looked at Wang Xian indifferently and didn't say a word. Wang Xian wasn't too surprised when he saw this scene. I'm inviting everyone to a banquet today. The main point is to let everyone know that in Jiang City, it's fine as long as you don't disturb me. I don't want to be troubled by some trivial matters. As he spoke, he raised a glass of red wine in front of the table lightly and gestured to everyone. All the warriors realized that the Dragon King of Dragon Gate, who was standing in front of them, had become much weaker. He was no longer as domineering as before. This made everyone guess that the Dragon King of Dragon Gate was afraid of the immortal sect. Some warriors immediately raised their wine glasses, while others did not move. With their backs against the immortal sect, they could ignore the Dragon King. Dragon King, we will naturally not trouble you. However, this is the territory of the Mingwang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect. We are disciples of the Immortal Sect. We will listen to the orders of the Immortal Sect. A middle-aged man raised his wine cup and said to Wang Xian with a smile. Oh. Wang Xian nodded his head. A draconid behind him moved. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, violent sounds were heard. Among the people present, the strongest one was only at the dance stage. No one could see the figure of the draconid clearly. Crash! Under everyone's stunned gaze, the middle-aged man who raised his wine cup flew out. He smashed through the glass of the hotel and spat out a mouthful of blood. His dantian was crippled, and he flew down from the 15th floor. Everyone in the banquet hall was stunned. Following that, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Impudent! How dare you attack a disciple of the Mingwang Immortal Sect? Dragon King, you! The fat middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Wang Xian and looked embarrassed. Crack! Crack! Ah! You guys actually crippled my dantian. My daughter married an elite disciple of the Immortal Sect. You guys! Before the fat middle-aged man could finish his words, he felt his body suffer a terrifying attack. His dantian was directly shattered, and large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out. His body also broke through the glass and fell down. With their physiques, they would not die, but in the future, their path of martial arts would also be cut off. Another person flew out. Everyone's faces changed greatly, and they looked at the young man standing in front with a smile on his face. He hasn't changed. He still hasn't changed. Everyone in the banquet hall trembled slightly, and their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. The Dragon King was not afraid of their identity as disciples of the Immortal Sect. Those warriors who did not pick up their wine glasses shook their arms and quickly picked up the red wine in front of them. They looked at Wang Xian in shock. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. They were shocked. The Dragon King actually disregarded their status as disciples of the Immortal Sect and directly crippled the two of them. Wang Xian raised his wine cup and gestured, "You don't have any objections, right?" This time, all the martial artists in Jiang City hurriedly drank all the wine in their wine cups. No, no. How would we dare to provoke you, Dragon King? An old man said hurriedly. That's right, that's right. In the future in Jiang City, Dragon King, if you have any instructions, just tell us directly. Another middle-aged man followed suit. The current Dragon King with a smile was exactly the same as before. He was still so unbridled. Interesting. He came uninvited. At this moment, Wang Xian turned his head and looked outside. Warriors wearing thick metal clothes flew over directly. Apart from a metal object, there was also something that was flying in the sky like a sailboat. There were 10 young men sitting on the sailboat. Boom! The group broke through the glass and entered the banquet hall. At the same time, figures emitting pure white light flew towards them in the dark night. There were a total of 7 figures flying towards them at a terrifying speed. A middle-aged man with white hair. His white hair was not white. It was emitting a faint light. Other than the middle-aged man, the rest of them were all young men. One of them was a girl. The old man who was wearing the dark golden puppet armor bowed to the middle-aged man with white hair. Then, he turned around and looked around. Why? Do you guys still have to follow his orders in the future? The old man in the dark golden puppet armor clearly heard the voices here. His gaze swept across the warriors from the aristocratic families in Jiang City. Beside him, the 7 people who were emitting a faint light energy swept their gaze across the surroundings. Finally, their gaze landed on Wang Xian. 2 of the young men's eyes were filled with killing intent. Deacon Zhang, it can't be. We were forced by him too. The expressions of the warriors from the immortal puppet sect changed slightly as they hurriedly spoke to the old man. They heaved a sigh of relief when the deacon from the immortal sect arrived. Elder Ming. When the other group of martial artists from the Ming Wang immortal sect saw the white-haired middle-aged man, a hint of shock flashed across their eyes as they hurriedly spoke respectfully. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded his head coldly as he stared at Wang Xian. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? Do you know what this place is? You called us disciples of the immortal sect over, and even dared to cripple us disciples of the puppet immortal sect. Now, give us an explanation. Deacon Zhang stared at Wang Xian and said slowly. Chapter 726, Dragon King Banquet 5, 4/20. After Deacon Zhang finished his words, the 10 young men standing beside him stared at Wang Xian with hatred in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. These 10 young men made the 7 white-haired middle-aged men beside them slightly curious. They turned their heads and looked over. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Crippled? Those 10 disciples of the puppet immortal sect were actually crippled. Hee. These 10 disciples of your puppet immortal sect are causing trouble in my restaurant. If I don't cripple him, who else would I cripple? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the group and said faintly. Hee. When Deacon Zhang heard Wang Xian's words, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, Then do you know that they are disciples of our puppet immortal sect? How dare they cripple our disciples in our territory? I think you are courting death. So what if they are crippled? So what? A hint of disdain flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he looked at the old man calmly. Deacon Zhang, just now, one of our disciples was crippled by him and thrown out of the window. There was also another disciple from the Ming Wang immortal sect. A middle-aged man walked to the side of the old man. He swept his gaze across Wang Xian, and a hint of hatred flashed across his eyes. That's right, Elder Ming. One of our disciples was thrown out. We have no other choice. Please stand up for us. An old man who had joined the Ming Wang immortal sect immediately came to the front of the white-haired middle-aged man and spoke with a face full of anger. That's right. Before the emergence of the immortal sect, he had already suppressed the entire Jianghu. We dare not speak out in anger. Now, he wants us to submit to him. Please, Elder Ming, stand up for us. Please help us make a decision, Deacon Zhang. Instantly, dozens of martial artists from Jiang City rushed to Deacon Zhang and Elder Ming's side and shouted loudly. Damn this fellow. He dares to act arrogantly in our territory. Father, we should destroy them. When Ming Feng heard the words of the martial artists, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Xian. In my opinion, there's no need for them to exist anymore. When Executive Zhang saw the contemptuous look on Wang Xian's face, his eyes were filled with killing intent as well. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The white-haired middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and said, Let's not talk about other things for now. He pointed at Ming Feng and said, He is my son. The matter of you insulting my son is a little too much. Ming Feng raised his head slightly and walked towards Wang Xian slowly. He stared at him angrily. Mu Zidao and a few other young men and women also walked towards Wang Xian slowly. It is a little too much. You can teach an ordinary disciple of our immortal sect a lesson. However, a core disciple has crossed the line. The skinny young man crossed his arms and sized up Wang Xian and the group of draconids behind him. He looked down on them. So this is the Dragon King. He's quite handsome, hee. The girl beside the skinny young man was holding a cell phone in her hand. She looked at him with a smile and said, "It wouldn't be bad if you join our Mingwang immortal sect. Kneel down and apologize immediately until we accept it. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily." Mu Zidao and the rest walked 2 meters in front of Wang Xian. They pointed at him and said coldly. Wang Xian was slightly speechless when he heard their words. He sneered and said, "Join your immortal sect?" The surrounding warriors of Jiang City were slightly stunned when they heard Mu Zidao and the rest words. Following that, they exchanged glances with each other. The Dragon King of the Dragon Gate provoked the disciples of the Ming Wang immortal sect in order to attract the attention of the immortal sect. The Dragon King held this Dragon Gate banquet in order to attract the attention of the immortal sect. He wants to join the immortal sect. The warriors of Jiang City looked at each other and were basically certain in their hearts. By attracting the attention of the 2 immortal sects, the Mingwang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect would discover the strength of the Dragon Gate and then invite the Dragon Gate to join them. There was a difference between actively applying to join and being invited to join. The latter could obtain greater benefits. I didn't expect the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate to actually want to join the Immortal Sect through this method. No wonder he dared to cripple the disciples of the Immortal Sect. This is because the value of the Dragon Gate far exceeds them. The Immortal Sect wouldn't blame the Dragon King for this. Some of the martial artists from Jiang City looked a little embarrassed. They didn't expect the Dragon Gate banquet to have such a meaning. Now, immediately kneel down and apologize to me. Everything can be settled after the apology. Otherwise. Obviously, Feng also pointed at Wang Xian and said coldly. A few young men at the side looked at him with smiles on their faces. The corners of their lips curled up slightly. Kneel down and apologize. How interesting. How narcissistic. Wang Xian glanced at the white-haired young men who were standing at the side with their hands behind their backs with a smile on his face. There were 6 young men surrounding him. The reason why I'm holding this banquet today is to tell all of you that the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate is back. The smile on Wang Xian's face slowly disappeared. He said in a calm tone, "Also, in Jiang City, no one is allowed to provoke me, and no one is allowed to disturb me. Violators, die." When Wang Xian finished his words, the atmosphere in the banquet hall changed instantly. The air was filled with murderous intent instantly. The members of the Dragon Gate behind Wang Xian instantly attacked the 6 young men of the Mingwang Immortal Sect. The sudden explosion caught the 6 of them off guard. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Bang, bang. The sound of 4 daggers piercing and 2 terrifying sounds of collision could be heard. Everyone was completely stunned as they watched this scene in horror. The 4 core disciples of the Mingwang Immortal Sect were directly pierced through by the daggers. The other 2 skinny young men and girls, whose strength had reached the infant stage, managed to avoid the disaster. However, both of them were severely injured. Ming Feng, who was pointing at Wang Xian, froze. His arrogant face was filled with fear. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. He was in disbelief and despair. "You, how dare you?" Ming Feng's face was distorted. The 3 young men beside him were filled with despair and disbelief. They actually dared to kill him. "I want you to die." On the side, the white-haired, middle-aged man, who had been watching coldly from above, saw his son and the core disciples of the Immortal Sect being stabbed directly through their bodies, and his face changed dramatically. He roared loudly, and his hair stood on end, and a dazzling white light filled the entire banquet hall. All the warriors of the Jiang City world and the surroundings were horrified, and their bodies trembled. What the hell was going on? The Dragon King was not going to join the Immortal Sect, but He was going to warn everyone today, including the members of the immortal sect. What would happen if you provoked me? Poochie. At this moment, a piercing sound was heard. Everyone quickly turned their heads and looked over with widened eyes in shock. A white shadow appeared behind Elder Ming, and the shadow's arm directly pierced through Elder Ming's chest. Around him, the dazzling white light quickly dimmed, and the white shadow behind him disappeared. Elder Ming widened his eyes and looked down at his chest. Chapter 727, Dragon King Banquet 6, 5/20. It was unbelievable. No one could believe what was happening before their eyes. Elder Ming's body was actually penetrated by a white figure. It was very difficult for him to survive this attack. Elder Ming was not an ordinary elder of the Ming Wang immortal sect. He was at the half-step immortal god realm and was ranked in the top 3 below the immortal god realm. Such a terrifying powerhouse was actually killed right away. Most importantly, he actually dared to kill him. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. Cough, 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 cough. You. The white-haired middle-aged man was no longer as cold and calm as before. He stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. His body bent down slowly and hugged the spot where his wound was. Father. No. Obviously, Feng, who was still alive, saw that his father was being attacked as well. His eyes were filled with regret. What kind of people did they offend? They didn't care about their background at all. Moreover, the strength that he displayed also made them feel terrified. An expert who was half a step away from the immortal god was instantly killed. Gulp. Beside him, Deacon Zhang gulped, his eyes filled with fear. He killed 4 core disciples of the Ming Wang immortal sect and killed Elder Ming. Obviously, he completely disregarded their background. Looking at the indifferent youth, Deacon Zhang's scalp went numb and his body trembled. The thin and weak youth and the girl half knelt on the ground and clutched their chest, their faces filled with cold sweat. When they saw this scene, they looked a little dazed. They didn't expect this at all. They didn't expect this kind of result at all. Join our immortal sect? Deliberately attract attention? No wonder the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate said that they were narcissistic and arrogant. He didn't want to attract the attention of the immortal sect at all, but he didn't take it seriously from the beginning to the end. Coming uninvited, one of your sins. Trespassing is the second offense. A disciple of the immortal sects is causing trouble, yet he still came to question us. The third offense. Therefore, all of you should stay here. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the people from the puppet immortal sect and the Ming Wang immortal sect as he spoke slowly. After he finished speaking, the group of draconids behind him walked towards them. The immortal masters from our immortal sects will not let you off. We will not let you off. Deacon Zhang could not help but take 2 steps back as he spoke with a face full of fear. There were a total of 30 members of the dragon sect behind Wang Xian. The aura that they emitted was at least at the infant stage. Looking at so many infant stage powerhouses, Deacon Zhang's face was filled with despair. He did not expect that the former faction of the Jianghu would have so many powerhouses. They weren't afraid of the celestial sect. Leave that girl behind to collect their corpses. Wang Xian pointed at the severely injured girl and said to the draconid. It wasn't that he was soft on the fairer sex, but this girl was the only one among the 6 young men who walked over with curiosity. The other 5 people were all mocking and looking down on him. Wang Xian admitted that he wasn't a good person. Too many martial artists had died because of him. However, all of them were provoked by others. This was especially so during the massacre of the martial arts world. They wanted to besiege the Dragon Gate and kill his sister, Lan Qingyue, and the rest. They even implicated the Shui family. Naturally, he would not hesitate at all. If you want to slaughter my entire family, I will exterminate your entire family. He would not show any mercy. The moment Wang Xian finished speaking, all the draconids moved. At the scene, only Deacon Zhang, an infant stage powerhouse, was standing. They had no ability to resist at all. When the surrounding River City martial artists saw their own immortal sex powerhouse being killed, they were stunned. Mo Qinglong looked at the River City martial artists who were approaching the immortal sect earlier and shouted for them to make the decision. No, no, spare us. We are forced to do so. Spare us. Everyone broke down when they saw Mo Qinglong's gaze. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. All of them are crippled. Let's be ordinary people from now on. Mo Qinglong said coldly. His body moved and destroyed the dantian of dozens of people. Everyone's faces were filled with despair. It was not easy for them to join the celestial sect. Now, they had become ordinary people. That feeling filled their hearts with despair. Wang Xian walked to the side of the only girl. The girl was panting heavily. Her eyes were filled with fear. The innocent curiosity and liveliness from before had disappeared completely. Tell your celestial gods not to provoke me. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences themselves. Yes, yes. The girl frowned and nodded her head with some fear in her eyes. Also, remember not to target any of my friends. Wang Xian nodded his head and swept his gaze across the martial artists around him. All the martial artists in Jiang City could not help but take a step back. Their eyes were filled with fear. Wang Xian ignored them and left directly from the spot where he had broken through. The group of draconids followed closely behind him and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Huff, huff, huff. Wang Xian left. The rapid breathing sounds in the banquet hall could be heard. The real Dragon King is back. The entire banquet hall was silent for a long time. Finally, an old man slowly uttered a few words. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he staggered out of the hall. Miss Feiyuan, are you all right? Let's send their corpses back to the immortal sect. Some of the martial artists who had joined the puppet immortal sect and the Ming Wang immortal sect looked at the girl who was slowly standing up and said hesitantly, I'll inform the immortal sect. Looking at the corpses of the disciples and elders around her, Feiyuan was silent. She took out a signal flare from her interspatial ring. The white signal flare flicked gently toward the outside. All of you, leave, Feiyuan said to the surrounding warriors of River City. Miss Feiyuan, then, will leave first. The group of people felt a little heavy-hearted and slowly walked out. They had joined an immortal sect and had an immortal sect as their backer. They thought that the Dragon King would be afraid of them, but in the end, this result was hard for them to accept. Dragon King. A young man clenched his fist tightly and looked at the corpses of the experts of the immortal sect around him. His eyes flickered. He took out his cell phone and secretly took pictures one by one. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, an extreme white light lit up in the sky. At the same time, loud sounds spread far and wide. The white light stopped in the sky, like white stars that flickered gently. A total of 5 white dots appeared in the surroundings and stopped in the sky. At this moment, in the Ming King city next to the Ming King immortal sect, the ancient city was bustling with activity. Emergency signal from the north. 5-star emergency signal, not good. A half-step immortal god is in trouble. What happened? Why is there a 5-star emergency signal? Suddenly, a disciple of Ming Wang immortal sect looked toward the northern sky in shock. 5 light dots stood in the sky. This was a kind of emergency signal from Ming Wang immortal sect. 5 stars, which meant that a half-step immortal god had met with misfortune. This level of signal flares, the first time. Chapter 728. Shunding area shook, 6/20. Oh no, something big has happened. Go to the location of the accident immediately. The appearance of the 5-star distress signal bullet caused the entire Ming Wang immortal sect to shake. 5-star, this was an accident that happened to a half-step immortal god-level powerhouse. There were less than 4 half-step immortal god-level powerhouses in their immortal sect. The expressions of some elders of the immortal sect changed drastically. In less than a minute, a group of Bright King immortal sect flew toward Jiang City. There were a total of 25 people, all of whom were infant realm experts. Almost half of Bright King Immortal Sect's infant realm experts were mobilized. The leader was a bald old man. His head was emitting a faint light in the dark night. He wore a robe and held a magic staff in his hand. The group of people flew toward the direction of the distress signal at a terrifying speed. When the group of Ming Wang Immortal Sect powerhouses rushed over, a post that made all the disciples of the two great immortal sects furious exploded on the Jianghu website in the Shunding area. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate killed the core disciples, deacons, and elders of the puppet immortal sect of the Ming Wang Immortal Sect. We want to avenge them. There were pictures attached to a post. The pictures were the corpses of the disciples of the immortal sect, close to 20 corpses. There were also some introductions about the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate at the bottom of the pictures. There were many words in the introductions, about 200 or 300 words, mainly describing the Dragon King's brutality, arrogance, and contempt for the immortal sect. He even said that he would destroy the Mingwang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect. Nowadays, everyone in the Immortal Sect had a mobile phone, especially when they had just come into contact with the internet. Many people in the Immortal Sect were paying attention to the things on the internet. When they saw this post, everyone was furious, especially when they saw the top 10 disciples of the Immortal Sect, including the second-ranked Heaven's Pride disciple, Ming Quan's corpse, and the corpse of Elder Ming. Everyone was furious. That was the most elite disciple of their Immortal Sect, an elder of their Immortal Sect, and now he was killed. This was simply an insult and provocation to their Immortal Sect. The disciples of the Puppet Immortal Sect were the same. The deacons were killed, and the disciples were killed. The entire post instantly ignited the anger of the two immortal sections. In just half an hour, the number of replies reached hundreds of thousands. Countless disciples expressed that they would definitely kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate. The two Immortal Sect disciples were in an uproar. Many even wanted to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate tonight. The crowd was furious. Flying kite. In the Xianying Hotel, the experts of the Mingwang Immortal Sect sensed the aura of the girl and immediately flew over. When they saw the corpse in the banquet hall, their expressions changed drastically. Old bye. When the bald old man saw the white-haired middle-aged man's corpse, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately walked over. Who did it? The bald old man's gaze swept over the surrounding corpses, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Dragon Gate Dragon King. Fei Yuan's eyes were slightly red. It was the youth who humiliated Mu Zidao and Ming Feng yesterday. We thought that the other party wanted to attract the attention of our immortal sect and wanted to join us. We came over with Uncle Ming. In the end, there was a conflict. The other party had around 30 infant realm experts and a terrifying assassin hidden in the void. Uncle Ming was killed in an instant by a sneak attack. What? The surrounding Ming Wang Immortal Sect experts revealed shocked expressions when they heard the girl's words. 30 infant realm experts? Assassins hidden in the void? The bald old man's eyes revealed a grave expression. Soon after, his expression became slightly malevolent. Not to mention 30 infant realm experts, even if there were 40 of them, they dared to kill so many of us. We must take revenge. First Elder, that Dragon King told me to tell our immortal god not to provoke him, or else we will bear the consequences. Fei Yuan continued to say with a serious expression. Bear the consequences? The bald old man's face instantly darkened, and all the surrounding experts of the Ming King Immortal Sect also realized the seriousness of the problem. Since the other party dared to directly ask them to tell them about the immortal god, then it was inevitable that the other party also had terrifying experts at the immortal god level. Report to the immortal god immediately. The bald old man took a deep breath and said with a solemn face. The group of Ming Wang Immortal Sect powerhouses carried the corpses around them and flew toward the Immortal Sect with extremely ugly expressions. 5 core disciples ranked in the top 15 were killed, and an elder who was half a step away from the Immortal God level was killed. This was the most serious loss Ming Wang Immortal Sect had suffered since its appearance. The main peak of Ming Wang Immortal Sect was a mountain that was emitting white light. The entire mountain peak was like a holy mountain, Dong dong dong. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bell on the main peak rang and spread throughout the entire immortal sect. All the elders and deacons of the immortal sect had gathered. A figure slowly appeared in front of a chair in the middle of the front. There were only 4 chairs in front. At this moment, all the experts of the immortal sect were gathered in the hall. On the ground in front of them, there were many corpses. Sect leader, the entire immortal sect is filled with righteous indignation. We must avenge Elder Ming and the others. An old man looked at the corpses on the ground with a face full of grief and indignation and shouted angrily. Sect leader, Elder Ming and 5 elite disciples were killed. We must avenge them. Another old man said, "You don't need to care about this matter. We will handle it." The figure covered by the white light said to the group of immortal sect powerhouses below, "Sect leader, all the disciples of the immortal sect hope that we can take revenge for them. There are more than 10,000 disciples waiting outside the immortal sect." The bald old man sighed and said to the white figure, "We will handle this matter. The other party has an immortal level powerhouse. Let all the disciples wait for the result." The white figure said in a deep voice, "Yes, sect leader." The powerhouses of the Mingwang immortal sect nodded slightly and didn't say anything. The battle involving the immortal level powerhouses wasn't something they could participate in. Bury them properly and leave, the figure said directly, and the group of immortal level powerhouses immediately walked out. At this time, tens of thousands of immortal level disciples had gathered outside the main peak. "Elder, how should we deal with this matter? Should the disciples go and kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate?" The disciples of the Mingwang immortal sect were completely incited by the posts on the Jianghu internet. Their fellow disciples had been killed, and the posts were full of sensational exaggerations, which made them want to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate immediately. The sect master will handle this matter personally. Everyone, don't worry. The disciples of the Ming King immortal sect can't die in vain. The bald old man said to the disciples in front of him with a gloomy face. It's good that the sect master will handle it personally. Destroy them. Destroy their entire sect. Leave no one alive. They dare to kill the people of our Ming King immortal sect. They dare to provoke our immortal sect. Make them pay a heavy price. Hang the Dragon King's corpse in our immortal sect and use his corpse to repent. When the disciples of the Mingwang immortal sect heard that the sect master was going to deal with this matter, they were all excited. If the immortal god made a move, the guy who dared to kill their disciples would be dead for sure. Chapter 729. We'd better retreat, 7/20. The sect leader will personally handle the matter of Elder Ming and the others. All the disciples of the immortal sect will wait for the news. The murderer will be beheaded by the sect leader. Anyone who dares to provoke us, the disciples of the Ming King immortal sect, will be punished. If the sect leader makes a move, no matter who the other party is, they will have to pay the price of blood. Lord Sect Leader, please hang the Dragon King's corpse in our Mingwang city and let everyone know the fate of those who dare to kill our disciples. The elite disciples were killed, and the elders of the immortal sects were killed. The exaggerated post on the forum had completely aroused the anger of the people of the 2 immortal sections. Even the powerhouses of the immortal sects were full of anger and killing intent when they saw the post. However, the sect master had already ordered them to deal with it personally, which made the disciples of the immortal sects look excited. If the immortal sect master made a move, the other party would definitely be killed. Now, they just needed to wait for the news. They just needed to wait for the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate to be killed and the Dragon Gate to be destroyed. A former force of the Jianghu dared to challenge their immortal sections. They were courting death. At this moment, at the top of a mountain peak, there was a small platform on top of the mountain peak, and 6 seats were placed on the platform. Curling white smoke rose from the mountain peak. At this moment, 6 figures stood on the platform, 2 white figures, 2 blue figures. There was also a golden figure and an earthy yellow figure. The 6 people stood on the mountain peak, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Each of them seemed to be a small world. Have you read the information about the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? It's a little surprising. This Dragon Gate and the Dragon King are not simple. Since they dare to say such words, it's almost certain that they have the strength of an immortal god. No matter what, their actions are a provocation to our two immortal sections. If we don't destroy them, I'm afraid that all the immortal sects will laugh at us. We can't even deal with a force that once belonged to the Jianghu. It doesn't matter if they have immortal gods or not. There are a few immortal god experts who must be destroyed. With the two brothers Wind Devil, the 6 of us, even if they have 3 immortal god experts, will die. Don't worry, everyone. Since we've joined your immortal sects, we're already prepared to fight against a strong enemy together. It's still easy to destroy a force that once belonged to the pugilistic world. On the platform, the calm voices of 6 people could be heard. They were talking at a moderate pace. Jiang City's seaside villa. Let's go there. The 6 people moved and instantly disappeared from the peak of the mountain, flying towards Jiang City. Ming Wang Immortal Sect and Puppet Immortal Sect were not considered powerful immortal sects among the 20 immortals. Their overall ranking was below 15. In the past, the 2 immortal sects only had 4 immortal god-level powerhouses. Later on, due to a coincidence, 2 immortal god-level powerhouses were added. The speed of the 6 of them was extremely terrifying. In less than 10 minutes, they appeared at the villa area by the sea. Streams of terrifying energy swept across. Dragon King of Dragon Gate, come out and face your death. A calm voice rang out and covered the entire area. Oh, you came so quickly. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was staying in his room, smiled when he heard the voice. He wasn't too surprised by the arrival of the 2 immortals from the immortal sections. At this moment, the immortals were forbidden to make a move in the martial arts world. That was only an agreement between the immortal sections. The Dragon Gate wasn't part of the original agreement. Therefore, the immortals from the 2 immortal sects didn't have any reservations. There are 6 immortals. This is a little unexpected. Wang Xian sensed the 6 figures in the sky and revealed a look of surprise. According to the news, there were only 4 immortals from the 2 immortal sections. Now that there were 2 more, it was completely out of his expectations. However, so what if there are 6 immortals? The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he walked out slowly. You came quite quickly. His faint voice rang out in the sky. In a villa beside him, Ao Jian was holding a spiritual sword in his arms as he walked out of the villa slowly. Do you know your crime? When one of the immortals in the sky heard Wang Xian's voice, his gaze turned cold. Your disciple didn't discipline him strictly. In that case, I can only help you to kill him. 6 immortals, hee, this is really unexpected. Wang Xian walked out of the villa slowly and raised his head to stare at the sky indifferently. This caused the immortals from the Ming Wang and Puppet Immortal sects to frown slightly. Too calm. Too calm. It was as if they had already expected their arrival. This made their faces solemn and their hearts vigilant. There wasn't a single idiot among the immortals who dared to wait for them here. They must have their own background. 2 of them. The old man who was emitting an earthy yellow figure sensed the area below and said faintly, 2 celestials still dare to be so arrogant. They are really as described in the information. A white figure snorted coldly. Killing intent gradually surged from his body. Swoosh, swoosh. Wang Xian and Ao Jian moved and stood in the void. They stared at them who were 1,000 meters away. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. He looked at the 2 old men who were emitting blue light. At this moment, the 2 old men were stunned as well. Their bodies stiffened. They stared at Wang Xian and Ao Jian in shock. Their eyes flickered. Dragon Gate. I really didn't expect that there would be 2 immortals. A white figure's body shimmered as a staff appeared in front of him. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and Ao Jian. Just 2 celestials and you dare to provoke us? Do you think that we can't do anything to you? Today, we are going to kill the celestials. A low growl came out from the golden figure's mouth as a strange golden puppet appeared beside him. The puppet was 3 meters in size, and it was emitting a sharp metallic light. You killed our disciples. Even if you are immortal gods, you will die here today. Numerous spirit tools containing terrifying energy appeared in front of them, and the pressure of immortal gods instantly covered them. 3 to kill 1. It's easy. Brother Windfiend, Windfiend, and Windfiend. We'll take care of the middle-aged man who is emitting sword light. A white figure holding a scepter said with a cold gaze. Cough, cough. The 2 old men with blue figures could not help but cough violently and looked around with some trepidation. Huh. The other 4 experts from the Ming King Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect sensed the expressions of the 2 old men and immediately frowned. A hint of displeasure flashed in their eyes. Wind Devil and Wind Fiend brothers, the powerful enemy is at the front. Let's retreat. At this moment, an old man suddenly opened his mouth and whispered to them. This caused the 4 immortal gods to be completely stunned, and their faces revealed a stunned expression. Wind Devil and Wind Fiend brothers, what nonsense are you talking about? A hint of ice-cold voice flashed in the eyes of the 4 people as they stared at him. Chapter 730. Let's Retreat, August 20th. Feng Sha looked at the 4 people beside him with a slightly awkward expression. However, both of them looked at Wang Xian and Ao Jian with a twinkle in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. Damn it, that's right. It's them. It's definitely them. When they recalled what happened more than a year ago, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Seeing the young man staring at them with a mocking expression, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Brother Ming, Brother Liu, we can't afford to offend them. Let's retreat. Their expressions changed, and they gritted their teeth as they spoke to the 4 people beside them. This caused the 4 immortal gods from the Ming Wang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect to be stunned, and their faces revealed astonishment. Can't afford to offend them? A look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the 4 people, followed by a slightly unpleasant expression. Brothers Wind Devil and Wind Fiend, just tell us the specific reason. An immortal god from the Ming Wang Immortal Sect asked them with a twinkle in his eyes. Cough, cough. As you know, we come from the Yuding world. It's the only world in the 9 Ding world that doesn't have a world. Wind Devil said to them with a dark expression. Oh. The 4 of them slowly nodded. The world of 9 cauldrons already had 8 cauldrons. However, the world of Yuding was the only one that was missing. This made the immortal sects curious for a very long time. However, because the world of Yuding was in the middle of the ocean and was too far away from the other cauldrons, the immortal sects didn't know the exact reason. Later, some disciples of the world of the Cauldron of Yu ran out and said that their world of the Cauldron of Yu was destroyed. At that time, it shocked all the immortal sections. According to the descriptions of those disciples, some immortal god experts guessed that it might be a terrifying existence in the ocean, or it might be the work of a powerful god from the OU continent. At this point, only 8 cauldrons were left in the world of the 9 cauldrons. As for the 4 immortal gods from the Ming Wang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect, they knew more than others. A year ago, when the Shunding world had just appeared, they had met Feng Mafeng Sha and Feng Mafeng Sha by accident. The 2 of them had been living in their immortal sect ever since. Later on, they became the honorary elders of their immortal sect. You're saying that the one who destroyed the immortal gods of the Yuding world and prevented you from appearing was... A white shadow's eyes flashed with a hint of shock as he couldn't help but exclaim. That's right, it's him. We remember him clearly. He's the Dragon King, and his strength is comparable to our sect master. The other one can turn into a terrifying biological sword. Besides the 2 of them, there's a creature that can hide in the void. He's very terrifying, and if we're not careful, he'll directly ambush and kill us. In addition, he also has an elder holding a turtle shell, a devil monkey that is emitting powerful devil chi, and a terrifying creature that is emitting lightning. Feng Yamo and Feng Sha's eyes were filled with fear as they said bitterly. In the Dingyu world, the two of them were the weakest. The two sect leaders had reached the middle stage immortal realm, while Young Demon and Hong Ying were also at the peak of the lower stage immortal realm. However, the two of them were assassinated without a sound. In the eyes of the two elders, the Ming Wang immortal sect and the Puppet immortal sect were far weaker than their Dingyu world. At the very least, they didn't have a mid-level immortal. An expert who had destroyed their Dingyu world could easily destroy the Shunding world, which was even weaker than their Dingyu world. What they were doing now was courting death. The four of them were completely stunned. Looking at the young man who stood there looking at them mockingly, they instantly felt their scalps go numb. No wonder they dared to wait here so arrogantly. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the four of them. Their strength was much weaker than Yu Ding worlds. If Wind Devil and Wind Fiend hadn't joined, a middle-level immortal would have been able to contend against them. Not to mention, apart from a middle-level immortal, he also had powerful subordinates. Gulp. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. What's the matter? Are we going to fight or not? The corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he asked them mockingly. He didn't expect to meet the two elders of Yu Ding here. Ahem, Dragon King, we don't have any grudges that can't be resolved. I think we should sit down and talk. Wind Devil coughed and said to Wang Xian with a smile on his face. The four immortals from the Mingwang immortal sect and the Puppet immortal sect stiffened and didn't speak. At this moment, they didn't dare to speak. The other party was able to destroy the world of Yu Ding, which was 2 to 3 times stronger than them. It would be a piece of cake for them to destroy the Mingwang immortal sect and the Puppet immortal sect. As for the disciples of the immortal sect who were killed, they could just kill them. They could only blame themselves for seeking death. After all, they were going to provoke an immortal god. The pressure of an immortal god should not be violated. As for revenge, it was even more ridiculous. It would be good if they could think of a way to not cause trouble for the other party. Moreover, the lifespan of an immortal god was 500 years. They had seen many life and death departures. The overall situation was the most important, and the immortal sect was the most important. Shall we sit down and talk? Wang Xian smiled and swept his gaze across the 6 of them. This caused their expressions to tighten instantly. Sure, I'm not interested in fighting with you. Wang Xian nodded his head slowly. Everyone, come over. He moved his body and entered the room directly. The 6 of them looked at each other and withdrew their weapons before following him into the villa below. Please come in, everyone. Sun Lingxiu and Lan Qingyue poured a cup of tea with smiles on their faces when they saw the 6 immortals come in. The 6 smiled and nodded with a strange look on their faces. They were here to take revenge for the disciples of the immortal sect, and now they were sitting down to drink tea? What the fuck? It could only be said that a man could bend and stretch. Hello, Dragon King. Hee, we'll get to know each other if we don't fight. The few of them smiled and sat at the side. Let me introduce myself first. Dragon King of the Dragon Gate is studying in Jiang City. Please take good care of him in the future. Wang Xian smiled and gestured at them. No. Although Jiang City is located in our Shunding area, we will ask our disciples to leave immediately since you are here, Dragon King. An elder from the Mingwang immortal sect said with a slightly ugly expression. There are only a few dozen disciples from our dragon sect. It doesn't matter if you are here or not, as long as you don't provoke me. Wang Xian said plainly to them. Don't worry. In the future, the disciples from the Mingwang immortal sect and the Puppet immortal sect will definitely not disturb you, Dragon King. With your strength, Dragon King, we wouldn't dare to offend you. The 2 elders of the Puppet immortal sect saw that Wang Xian was not a difficult person to talk to, but they still spoke bitterly. That's good. I don't want to be your enemy either. There are some things that I would like to trouble you with. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. This time around, he did not come back to be a king like before. Instead, he had some other matters to deal with. Chapter 731. Let's retreat. September 20th. With the establishment of the Dragon Palace and the rise of the Water Tribe, Wang Xian had shifted his attention from the martial arts world to the ocean. When he returned to Jiang City, Wang Xian had three important things to do. The first was the Dragon Vein. When the Dragon Vein was fully formed, he could take it away. The second was about Shu Qing. Currently, Guan Shu Qing had yet to wake up. According to his guess and what Tang Yinxian said, it was because of her soul that she could not wake up. Wang Xian needed to collect spiritual herbs related to the soul to recover her soul. Or, he could look for a godly doctor who could heal the injuries of the soul. Thirdly, it was about the formation. Currently, the Dragon Palace was still short of the last formation, which could be upgraded to level 2. A level 2 Dragon Palace possessed the ability to move under the sea. Unfortunately, Wang Xian had rarely encountered an array formation, let alone a level 2 array formation. Furthermore, with the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they did not have the ability to dominate the entire Jianghu. Out of the 20 immortal sects, the Mingwang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect were considered relatively weak existences. Even so, each of their immortal sects had 2 immortals, not to mention the top-notch Xian Yuan clan. According to the current ranking of the immortal sects, the Xian Yuan clan was ranked first. There were 8 immortals in the clan, and there was even a superior immortal. With the strength of a superior immortal, he could easily kill a middle-level immortal. Please speak, Dragon King. When they heard that Wang Xian had no intention of fighting for territory, they heaved a sigh of relief. The initial dispute between the Celestial Sect was due to the issue of territory and territory. The Celestial Sect had hundreds of thousands, or even millions of disciples. These people needed to be fed, so territory was very important to them. I want to ask if there are any formations and spiritual herbs that can grow or heal souls. Wang Xian asked them. Formations? Spiritual herbs that can heal the soul? The 6 of them looked at each other and said, there are very few spiritual herbs and elixirs that can heal the soul. It is possible that the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect has such special spiritual herbs. Other than the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, is there any other immortal sect that has them? Wang Xian asked after some thought. He had a grudge with the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect. If he were to ask for the herbs, they would probably start a fight. The Holy Medicine Immortal Sect and the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect were very powerful. They could be ranked in the top 5 among the immortal sections. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they could at most contend with them. Other than the Holy Medicine Immortal Sect, the only other sect is the Innate Immortal Sect. The Innate Immortal Sect mainly cultivates the wood attribute. They have planted a large number of spiritual herbs. Wang Xian nodded slowly. Then, he looked at the 6 of them and said, thank you very much. If you have a level 2 array formation and information about spiritual herbs, please inform us. Don't worry. If we get any information, we will definitely inform the Dragon King. The 6 of them immediately promised. Wang Xian nodded his head and said, Jiang City is still your territory. Just don't let your disciples come and provoke me. In addition, I plan to open a forging shop in Jiang City to refine spiritual weapons and elixirs. To refine a spiritual weapon, you only need 2 sets of materials. For 3 sets of materials to refine elixirs, you can give 4 elixirs. You don't have to charge any spiritual stones. There is a prerequisite. You can only refine elixirs above level 6 and spiritual weapons above level 11. When the time comes, if you want to refine pills and weapons, you can look for me. Dragon King, do you know how to refine pills and weapons? The old man from the Puppet Immortal Sect revealed an astonished expression. Wang Xian nodded his head. Can you refine a grade 13 spiritual weapon? Wind Devil asked hurriedly. Wang Xian shook his head. I haven't found any secret manuals regarding the formation of weapons. The secret manuals that were used to inscribe formations were not recorded in the Book of the Fire God that was in Ajaya's hands for some unknown reason. Currently, Wang Xian only lacked the method to inscribe formations to be able to forge a level 13 spirit weapon. A hint of disappointment appeared on the faces of Wind Demon and Wind Fiend. The weapon in their hands was merely a spirit weapon that was forged from a level 13 spirit weapon. It was equivalent to a level 12 spirit weapon. If they could find a grandmaster in artifact refinement, they could directly upgrade the spiritual weapon in their hands to grade 13. Goodbye. After chatting for a while more, they left. Wang Xian watched them leave with a smile on his face. Phew. The people from the Mingwang Immortal Sect and the Puppet Immortal Sect who flew out heaved a sigh of relief. If Brother Fengsha, the Wind Devil, didn't remind us this time, I'm afraid we would be in trouble. An immortal god from the Mingwang Immortal Sect said with a bitter face. We didn't expect to meet him here. Fengma and Fengsha shook their heads. When we go back, order the disciples of the Immortal Sect not to provoke the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect in the future. An immortal god said with a solemn look, if anyone dares to provoke him, the Immortal Sect's law enforcement team will punish him directly. Okay. The other three nodded. Provoking an opponent who was even stronger than them was undoubtedly courting death. Although they were amiable this time, it was hard to guarantee that some blind Immortal Sect disciple would anger the Dragon King and become their enemy. Let's go back. The 6 people moved and quickly flew toward the Immortal Sect. At this moment, it was only 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock was not a rest for most of the Immortal Sect's warriors. A warrior could sleep for 5 to 6 hours a day. All the Immortal Sect deacons and elders, come over. 2 immortal gods from the Puppet Immortal Sect and the Mingwang Immortal Sect came to the main peak of the Immortal Sect, their voices directly covering the entire Immortal Sect. The Sect Master and the others have already destroyed the Dragon Gate. It must be, the Immortal God must have killed the Dragon King. Haha. Maybe the Dragon King's corpse was directly brought here and hung on the city gate to warn everyone. Inside the Immortal Sect, the disciples of the Immortal Sect heard the sect leader's voice, and their faces were filled with excitement. One by one, the experts of the Immortal Sect flew toward the main peak with excited faces. The sect leader and the others had just left. Now that they had returned, they must have finished off the reckless Dragon King of the Dragon Sect. Sect leader, Deputy Sect Leader. The experts of the Immortal Sect came to the main peak and saw the 2 white figures standing in the middle. They called out respectfully. Sect Leader, has the murderer been killed? The bald old man asked excitedly. When the 2 immortal gods heard his words, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. Fortunately, the white light covered their faces. Today, we will announce something. You will pass it on to every disciple of the Immortal Sect today. The Mingwang Immortal Sect's Sect Master raised his voice and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, please speak. The group of Immortal Sect powerhouses immediately bowed. From today onwards, no disciple of the Mingwang Immortal Sect is allowed to provoke the Dragon Sect or the Dragon King. Otherwise, the sect rules will punish them. The Mingwang Immortal Sect's Sect Master ordered them with a firm tone. What? Everyone in the shop was stunned, and their faces revealed an incredulous look. If you don't want to die, then don't provoke them. They are not people that our Immortal Sect can provoke. In addition, the Dragon King of Dragon Gate has opened a forging shop on the ancient street of Jiang City. Only 2 sets of materials are required to forge spirit weapons. 3 sets of materials are required to forge pills, and 4 pills are required to forge pills. No spirit stones are required. There is one condition, which is to only forge pills above level 6 and spirit weapons above level 11. It's quite suitable. If you want to forge, you can go there. Chapter 732. The Sky of River City, October 20th. Silence. In the hall of the main peak of the Mingwang Immortal Sect, all the experts of the Immortal Sect were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. They couldn't afford to offend him? Their sect leader actually said that the other party was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. This caused everyone's faces to reveal shock. Pass down the order. The 2 immortal gods of the Mingwang Immortal Sect didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, this was a very shameful matter. The two figures moved and directly disappeared, leaving behind a group of immortal sect experts who were dumbstruck. Sect leader actually said that the Dragon Gate is an existence that our immortal sect cannot afford to offend. An old man's eyes flickered as he muttered. Lord Sect Master said that it was not an existence that they could provoke, which also meant that it was not an existence that their Ming Wang immortal sect and Puppet immortal sect could provoke. They knew that their two immortal sects currently had a total of 6 immortal gods. 6 immortal gods did not dare to provoke the other party. Then what exactly was the other party's existence? Just how powerful is this Dragon King of the Dragon Gate? In particular, the sect master actually said that we can go there to forge spirit weapons. Just how terrifying is the other party that made our Lord Immortal God lower his head? An elder said with an ugly expression. It was understandable that the other party was very powerful if they did not provoke him. However, the Immortal God said that they could go to the other party's place to refine pills and weapons. The indirect propaganda was that their Immortal God was completely suppressed by the other party. Otherwise, how could they publicize an enemy's weapon refining and pill refining shop? Send the order. Since the sect leader has said it, then the other party is definitely not someone we can offend. Don't let our immortal sect suffer a powerful enemy. The bald old man sighed slowly. If you want to blame someone, blame Lao Bai and the others for their bad luck. They provoked the immortal god and were directly killed. It's their fate now. Okay. The group of immortal sect powerhouses nodded slightly and scattered in all directions. An opponent that even the sect leader didn't dare to provoke could possibly destroy their immortal sect. This Dragon King of the Dragon Gate, this former Jianghu force, simply shocked them. It was the same on the Puppet immortal sect's side. For a moment, all the experts of the two immortal sects fell silent. Then, on the same night, a piece of news that shocked all the disciples of the Shunding world came. All disciples of the Puppet immortal sect of the Ming Wang immortal sect are forbidden to provoke the members of the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King of the Jiang City in the future. Those who violate the sect rules will be punished. In addition, the Dragon King of the Dragon Gate has opened a forging shop on the ancient street. It's more suitable. You can go there to refine spirit tools and elixirs. When this order was given, the entire Shunding world was shocked. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone's eyes were dull. Tonight, all the disciples of the immortal sect had angrily vowed to destroy the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King. In the end, the Lord Immortal God gave the order directly at night. What did this mean? They couldn't afford to provoke the Dragon Gate or the Dragon King. They even gave the order that if anyone dared to provoke the Dragon Gate and the Dragon King, the sect rules would be punished and the law enforcement team would punish them. They even publicized the other party's forging shop. Even if the elite disciples of the immortal sect were killed and the elders of the half-step immortal god were killed, the immortal god still gave such an order. Everyone's furious mood was instantly splashed with a bucket of cold water. Those disciples of the immortal sect who were about to say that they wanted to whip the corpse shut up. Those disciples who swore to take revenge also shut up. When the warriors of the aristocratic families in Jiang City received the news, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. Their backer, the immortal sect they had joined, had bowed to the Dragon King. Although Jiang City was still the territory of their immortal sect in the future, the king here had changed. It was still the same old king. The Dragon King was still the Dragon King. In just one night, Jiang City had changed. The next morning, Wang Xian came to the school and began his leisurely life as a student. In the school, the students greeted him respectfully as senior and student Wang Xian. When the disciples of the immortal sect met Wang Xian, they even called him Dragon King in horror. This made the rest of the students dumbfounded. The high and mighty disciples of the immortal sect had never placed them in their eyes. Now, when they met Wang Xian, they greeted him even more respectfully than they did. Boss, you are so awesome. The immortal sect is bowing its head. You actually made our immortal sect bow its head. Wang Dahai stared at Wang Xian in shock and shouted loudly. The Ming Wang immortal sect knows about our relationship. They didn't make things difficult for you, right? If they make things difficult for you, tell me. Wang Xian smiled and said to Wang Dahai, No, no. Now, because our relationship is better, the immortal sect asked me to maintain a good relationship with you. They even gave me a lot of rewards. Hee hee. Wang Dahai said happily. That's good. Wang Xian smiled and started to chat with Wang Dahai. Meanwhile, the group of draconids entered the Jianghu and started to gather information. The appearance of the immortal sect made the information of the Zhitian group almost useless. It was very, very difficult for the Zhitian group to enter the immortal sect. Therefore, the group of draconids had to go there personally. The draconids were already able to take charge of their own affairs. There was no need for them to do anything personally. All they had to do was wait for the results. They sat on the fishing platform and watched the storm with a smile. Dragon King, the first-grade pavilion, has been transformed into a forging workshop. It has been completed. After school in the afternoon, Mo Qinglong came to Wang Xian's side and said to him, So fast? The transformation was completed in one day. Wang Xian asked in surprise. Dragon King, we asked the disciples of the puppet immortal sect to help us with the renovation. They are very fast in this aspect. Mo Qinglong said to Wang Xian. Oh, let's go and take a look. If the renovation is done, we will start our business in 2 days. Wang Xian said with a smile. Refining artifacts and pills was the fastest way to obtain resources. As long as his forging workshop was publicized, it would be even faster than robbing money in the future. At this moment, in the region of the Yellow Cauldron World. The Yellow Cauldron World had a total of 3 immortal sects: the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, the Hunyuan Immortal Sect, and the Upper 9 Immortal Sections. Of the 3 immortal sects, the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and the Hunyuan Immortal Sect had always been enemies. As for the Upper 9 Immortal Sect, they belonged to a neutral force. The 3 immortal sects were evenly matched. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect had 1 middle-level immortal, the Hunyuan Immortal Sect had 3 lower-level immortals, and the Upper 9 Immortal Sect also had 3 lower-level immortals. Overall, the difference in strength between the 3 immortal sects was not too great. It was basically impossible to devour or destroy the other party. I've made a breakthrough. Haha, I've finally made a breakthrough. In one of the mountain peaks of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect, the Golden Mountain Peak looked abnormally dazzling. An old man with disheveled hair roared with excitement on his face. Streams of golden liquid flowed around the old man's body, and the terrifying energy was completely restrained. Congratulations on the Grand Elder's breakthrough. Beside him, a middle-aged old man looked at the old man with excitement. Chapter 733, Beauty Saving Hero 1, 11/20. My cultivation base has broken through. In the future, the resources in the Yellow Cauldron domain will have to be redistributed. Streams of golden liquid flowed into the old man's eyes as he slowly walked out. After walking out of the mountain peak, he looked towards the position in front of him. Grand Elder, your current strength is completely comparable to Ling Xiao. Heaven and Earth, it's time for our Chaos Origin Immortal Sect to take control. The middle-aged man next to him said with a twinkle in his eyes, We'll go straight to the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and ask them to hand it over. That's right. As long as we occupy the heavens and earth, our immortal sect will be able to nurture even more elite disciples. The old man next to him echoed. There's no rush, there's no rush. Ling Xiao once killed my son. Now that my cultivation base has broken through, I'm completely unafraid of him. Hee hee, I'll let him experience the pain of losing his own son too. The old man's expression was slightly malevolent as he spoke with a fierce gaze. The middle-aged man and the old man by the side were slightly startled. They frowned and said, Grand Elder, now that we have signed an agreement, immortal gods are not allowed to fight among immortal sections. The disciples of our Chaos Origin Immortal Sect are slightly inferior to the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. Hee hee, isn't there the Chaos Origin Formation? Let the disciples bring the Chaos Origin Formation. We have been fighting with the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect for hundreds of years. This time, We will completely suppress them and kill all their disciples, especially their son. With his son's talent, he will definitely become an immortal god in a few decades. The old man slowly opened his hand, and a large knife slowly condensed. Pa! He squeezed his arm, and the large knife immediately shrank into metal fragments, which scattered on the ground. Kill him. Kill. Ling Xiao once killed hundreds of our elite disciples. Today, we will pay him back tenfold. These 2 days, the Immortal Sect will be discussing the first Immortal Sect disciple competition. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect only has one immortal god. Ling Xiao has to rush over. This is the best time for us to make a move. The 2 middle-aged elders also had cold expressions on their faces. You did well today. Tomorrow, bring us to that Jinming mountain that you mentioned. In Yellow Heaven City, Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows in satisfaction and said to Feng Lingtian, all right. Young Miss Xiaoyu will do whatever she says. Feng Lingtian smiled and nodded as he said with an apologetic smile, come early tomorrow, hee. Xiaoyu raised her head happily and walked into the restaurant. Elder Fan watched from the side with a smile on his face. The corners of his mouth revealed a meaningful smile. Phew, luckily she's in a good mood today. Damn it, she's been on tenterhooks all day. Tomorrow is the last day. Hurry up and send this god of plagues away. Seeing Xiaoyu and the others enter the restaurant, Feng Lingtian wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, my father will leave tomorrow morning. He doesn't have to train in the morning. He'll just stay in the city for one night. Hee. Teacher, let's go. We'll play for one more day today. We'll go back tomorrow. The next morning, Xiaoyu knocked on Elder Fan's door and shouted, Xiaoyu, you can go by yourself. Later, the previous elders of the Thorn sect have something to ask of me. Elder Fan opened the door and said to Xiaoyu, then how boring would it be for me to be alone? Xiaoyu pouted unhappily. Isn't there Ling Feng accompanying you? Master can't accompany you today. Elder Fan said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoyu could only nod and walk out. This girl isn't young either. Elder Fan looked at Xiaoyu's back with a smile. Unknowingly, Xiaoyu was already 22 years old. I think I'm already 31 years old. Elder Fan shook his head self-deprecatingly. A figure appeared in his mind and shook his head again. Let's go, little slave. Walking down the stairs, Xiaoyu saw Feng Lingtian downstairs and nodded at him in satisfaction. Young miss, I'll bring you to eat a delicacy first. The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth twitched as he said to Xiaoyu, let's eat while walking. It's the last day today. We have to stroll around properly. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Young miss, can you be more ladylike? How can you eat while walking? When Feng Lingtian heard her words, he could not help but exclaim. In the Yellow Cauldron world, the ancient rules were still maintained. Women had to be reserved when eating, and there was no eating while walking. It was very disgraceful. And the thighs under this skirt, Feng Lingtian could not help but take a look. There was no woman in the Yellow Cauldron world who wore such revealing clothes. What are you talking about? Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. I'm talking about eating while walking. It's helpful for digestion. Very good. Feng Lingtian's expression changed, and he quickly said, your desire to live is quite strong. Xiaoyu glanced at him and walked on the street like a young lady bringing her servant along. The people in Yellow Sky City were already used to this scene. They had also accepted the fact that their crown prince had become a servant. They should be heading to Jinmingshan. They must go to Jin Yaodai to go to Jinmingshan. Make preparations there. There's another girl who is very powerful. According to the information we received, Elder Jin and the others died at the hands of this girl. That girl came from the Dragon Gate, which used to be a big force in the Jianghu. We don't know anything else about her. The murderer who killed Jin Kunming? No matter who she is, kill them all. Yes. In the sky, a mirror reflected the figures of Xiaoyu and Feng Lingtian. Beside a middle-aged man, there were more than 10 people standing around. The middle-aged man in the middle concealed everyone with the strength of an immortal god. Even the four strange demons who had been following Xiao Yu all this time did not notice that there were people in the sky. This is Mount Jinming. You've never seen a golden waterfall before, right? Mount Jinming was located at the junction between Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and Hunyuan Immortal Sect. It was a mountain that was 1,000 meters tall. A waterfall was left behind on the mountain peak. At the spot where the waterfall had washed over, the mountain was golden. In the morning, under the sunlight, the entire waterfall was also golden. It's so beautiful. Let's go. Take a few more photos of me later. Xiao Yu looked at the golden waterfall with a face full of pleasant surprise and ran towards it. You don't even recognize it? Why are you running? Xiao, I'll bring you to a good place to watch, the golden platform. Feng Lingtian raised his head and acted like he was familiar with this place. Only by doing so could he regain some of his pride. Then why aren't you leading the way for me? Are you asking for a beating? You. Hello. Feng Lingtian immediately increased his speed and led the way towards the golden brilliant stage. Oh. Suddenly, Feng Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people standing on the golden brilliant stage. On the golden platform, there were more than a dozen people standing there. All of them were from the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. However, Feng Lingtian did not care. He raised his head and walked forward. Although the two immortal sects were enemies, they did not have time to fight because of the appearance of the immortal sections. In addition to the fact that the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect was relatively stronger, Feng Lingtian was even more fearless. Chapter 734. Saving the Hero 2, 12/20. Hey, you people of the Origin Immortal Sect, get lost. Ling Tian held his head high and shouted at the dozen, or so people on the golden platform. Although he looked like a coward in front of Xiao Yu, his strength and talent were incomparable in the entire Yellow Cauldron world. The name of the evildoer Crown Prince was not given for nothing. The younger generation of the entire Yellow Cauldron world was really doing whatever they wanted. Hee, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's Crown Prince. A middle-aged man looked at Feng Lingtian and said with a smile, Since you know it's me, move aside immediately. The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly. He slowed down his footsteps and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yu. He raised his head slightly and said, Let me tell you, my reputation as the evildoer Crown Prince is not for nothing. In the entire Yellow Cauldron region, who would not give me face? Wow, you're quite powerful. Xiao Yu curled his lips in disdain. That's not true. Feng Lingtian raised his head and puffed out his chest as though he felt that this was the proper way to behave. He brought Xiao Yu towards the golden platform. Move aside, can't you see that this young master is here? Feng Lingtian said arrogantly. With this attitude, he was definitely a silk pants. Hee, since the Crown Prince is here, we will naturally give you some space so that you and the beauty can enjoy this beautiful scenery. An elder said indifferently. Feng Lingtian pretended to nod his head coldly in front of Xiao Yu. This is the best place to admire Mount Jinming and the waterfall. The two of them walked over, and the dozen of them took the initiative to open up a path. Feng Lingtian pointed ahead and introduced the path to Little Feather. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at this moment, the two elders beside them instantly moved. A sharp long sword suddenly appeared and attacked Feng Lingtian and Little Feather's vital points. Not good. The moment they attacked, Little Feather's expression changed slightly and his body was instantly covered by black bone armor. A shield appeared on his left and right, and a bone whip appeared on his right hand. He propped it up with both hands. Pa. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Feng Lingtian, who was at the side, was shocked. He only reacted the moment Xiao Yu blocked the dagger. What a quick reaction. Two surprised voices could be heard, followed by a terrifying aura erupting from the surroundings. A golden light surrounded the two of them. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. Feng Lingtian felt the murderous aura around him, and his expression changed drastically. He looked at the long sword that was blocked by his side, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. Just now, if it wasn't for Xiao Yu helping him block, he would have been heavily injured or even killed. This is your so-called territory? Little Feather turned around and asked with a serious expression. The two old men who attacked them were both half-step immortal gods. If she hadn't cultivated in seclusion for a year, she wouldn't have been able to block the attack. Hee, our crown prince is really arrogant. Since this is your territory, I'll let you be buried here forever. An elder revealed a mocking smile on his face. They were not worried at all when their attack missed. Instead, they stared at them with a cold smile. If you dare to attack me, my father will definitely not spare your Chaos Origin immortal sect. Feng Lingtian's expression turned cold as he stared at them warily. Your father? Haha. So what? Since our Chaos Origin immortal sect dares to attack, we are not afraid of your father's revenge. Little brat, you are definitely going to die today. An elder with a broken arm stared at Feng Lingtian mockingly. Little brat, do you still remember me? One of my arms was cut off by you. Today, I will chop you into pieces. If you want to kill me, all of you are not qualified to do so. Feng Lingtian was a little angry. Just a moment ago, he was telling Little Yu that everyone in the Yellow Cauldron region had to give him face. In the end, he was instantly slapped in the face. If Xiao Yu hadn't saved him, he would have been finished. The feeling of being slapped in the face was burning hot and painful. He wasn't worried that he would be left here. With the shadow evasion technique, he could definitely escape. Aren't you bragging now? Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at Ling Tian with some ridicule. He didn't care too much about the dozen people in front of him. Although the group of draconids did not follow him, there were still 4 strange demons around him. With her own strength, even if she stayed behind to fight with them, she would still be able to destroy them. Let's leave this place first. Wait for me to call someone over to let you see how this young master will teach them a lesson. Feng Lingtian's face turned red as he gritted his teeth and said, All right. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Kiki, as expected of our crown prince. He's still so confident at this moment. TSK, with a beautiful lady accompanying him, it's better for you not to leave today. Even if you want to leave, you won't be able to. An old man with a white beard and the length of a palm laughed and said, Wang. Just as he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly flashed in the surroundings. Xiao Yu and Feng Lingtian were stunned and quickly looked around. Chaos Origin Formation. Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes as he exclaimed, Since we have made a move, Crown Prince, do you think we will let you escape? The white-bearded elder laughed as he said. A dozen people slowly surrounded the two of them. What is Chaos Origin Formation? Xiao Yu saw Feng Lingtian's expression change and asked him curiously. Origin Formation, a Grade 2 formation. It is the mountain-protecting formation of the Origin Immortal Sect. Once the formation is activated, even immortal-level experts will find it hard to enter. Similarly, the people inside will not be able to leave. The Origin Formation's defense depends on the area it covers. If it only covers a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers, even a high-level immortal would not be able to break it. Feng Lingtian said with an ugly expression. The Crown Prince is really smart. The white-bearded elder beside him praised with a smile. Looks like you guys are really trying to kill me. Feng Lingtian's expression was extremely ugly. Only the effect of defense? Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and said to Feng Lingtian. Only defense. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth. Today, we are considered to have fallen here. It's me who dragged you down. Doomed my ass. Look at your cowardly face. I will protect you. Xiao Yu looked around with a relaxed expression. There were a total of 15 people, 13 infant realm experts, and 2 half-step immortal realm experts. They were ready to fight. Great Aunt, if we can get out of here alive today, you can call me your slave in the future. Feng Lingtian looked around, and his heart trembled slightly. It was true that he was a demonic crown prince, But that was only when compared to the younger generation of the same level. The group of people in front of him were several times his age. In particular, the spiritual weapon in the other party's hand was not inferior to his at all. It was already very impressive for him to be able to fight against 2 infant realm experts alone. He clearly did not believe that Xiao Yu was able to deal with 2 half-step immortal gods and 11 infant realm experts. This time, the odds were against him. Chapter 735, Beauty Saving the Hero 3, 13/20. I don't have any land. I don't need a mule. I don't need a horse. I just need a servant. Hearing what Feng Lingtian said, Xiao Yu's lips curled up. All right, if I can get out today, I, the crown prince, will be your servant. Feng Lingtian gritted his teeth and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. Hee, I will definitely take you in as a servant. The bone whip in Xiao Yu's hand began to grow longer and slowly split into more than 10 pieces. So it's still a pair of lovebirds. It's so good to have a companion on the road. Kill. The white-bearded elder saw Xiao Yu's confident expression, and his eyes revealed a cold expression as he shouted. In an instant, a terrifying blade light and sword light formed, and the aura of a golden mountain filled the surroundings. Feng Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Poo 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 poo. However, at the instant his opponent attacked, piercing sounds could be heard. Not good, there are people around. A middle-aged man saw a white figure suddenly appear behind the old man in front of him, and his terrifying claws directly pierced through his body. His expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 strange demons directly pushed down the 4 corpses. Their bodies were suffused with white light as they retreated backward. The white light began to slowly dim. 10 seconds later, it disappeared again. The 4 white figures that suddenly appeared instantly attacked and killed 4 people. One of them was even a half-step immortal god. The people from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear as they hurriedly stopped the attacks in their hands. Feng Lingtian was also stunned as he stared at the corpses on the ground in disbelief. Gulp, those 4 figures, that what? My brother sent them to protect me. Your father is an immortal god. Why didn't he send some experts to protect you? Seriously. Xiao Yu glared at Feng Lingtian and said unhappily. What the fuck? The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. His brother sent him here to protect her? With his strength reaching the infant realm, how could his father still send people to protect him? For an infant realm expert, you could only send people to protect an infant realm expert at most. Why couldn't you send a half-step immortal god to protect him? There were only 3 or 4 half-step immortal gods in the entire immortal sect. Was this possible? Impossible. With his strength, there wasn't much need to send an infant realm expert to protect him. This was because his strength was already strong enough among the infant realm. If he really encountered a strong enemy, he could run even if he couldn't win. But now, compared to this young miss in front of him, he was simply a poor prince. The other party was already a terrifying existence of half-step immortal gods. It didn't say that there were 10 infant realm experts following him on the surface. There were even 4 terrifying hidden experts in the dark, killing 1 half-step immortal god and 3 infant realm experts with a single move. Amazing. This protective force was practically invincible under the current situation where the immortal god was forbidden to make a move. This grandaunt is fucking awesome. My little life is finally saved. Feng Lingtian's eyes revealed an excited expression, almost waving his flag and shouting. Little slave, calm down. There's still 1 half-step immortal god and 9 infant realm experts. Xiao Yu waved his hand at him with a smile on his face. Cha, hee, there's still a bunch of scum like them. Young miss, you can handle them all by yourself. After surviving the calamity, Feng Lingtian gave up on his bottom line and said with excitement, how is this possible? The white-bearded old man widened his eyes and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. His scalp was slightly numb. There were actually 4 terrifying experts who were good at hiding around her to protect her. What kind of fucking identity did she have to have such experts to protect her? Didn't they say that she was from a faction in the pugilistic world? When did she become so perverted to casually send for such terrifying existences to protect a young girl? Fuck. The remaining 11 people did not even need to attack Feng Lingtian and Xiaoyu. Now, it was time for them to be wary of the attacks around them. They tried their best to sense their surroundings, but they did not sense anyone. This made their expressions even more awkward. It's our turn to attack. Don't be so useless. Pick 2 and leave the rest to me. Xiaoyu held the bone whip in his hand and swung it forward. More than 10 bone whips were like poisonous snakes, coiling around the experts one after another. Haha, if you want to kill this young master will kill all of you today. Feng Lingtian's face revealed an excited expression. The 6 spirit swords in his interspatial ring instantly attacked the 2 infant realm experts. Damn it! The faces of the people from the chaotic origin immortal sect were extremely unsightly. The side that originally surrounded and attacked was actually attacked now. Kill. The experts from the chaotic origin immortal sect braced themselves and instantly went up to meet the attack. Numerous golden sword lights and saber lights slashed towards the bone whip. HMPH, you think you can kill me? Xiaoyu snorted coldly. The bone whip in her hand shook, and numerous sword lights and saber lights directly scattered. Her body moved, and she stood up to attack the white-bearded elder. Chaos Golden Saber. The white-bearded elder's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, and the golden saber in his hand trembled. A resplendent saber light seemed as if it was about to pierce through the void, slashing towards Xiaoyu. Pong! The shield in Xiaoyu's left hand blocked, easily blocking the elder's chaos golden saber. You're courting death. She waved her right hand continuously, and bone whips that emitted terrifying demonic chi shot towards the 9 people around her. Pong pong pong. Golden door-shaped defenses appeared in front of them, blocking the bone whips. Ah! Right at this moment, 4 miserable cries sounded, and 4 terrifying white figures appeared once again. Haha, awesome. When Feng Lingtian heard the miserable shrieks from the side, he turned around and revealed an excited expression. It's over. 4 more infant realm experts had died, and there were only 7 out of 15 of them. The 7 experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect revealed expressions of despair. Sir, quickly remove the formation and let us out. The white-bearded old man's eyes revealed a look of fear as he shouted loudly. Everyone was originally in the Chaos Origin formation to prevent Feng Lingtian and Xiaoyu from escaping. However, it had now become their cage, making it difficult for them to escape. Everyone was terrified and wanted to order the immortal god controlling the formation to remove it. At this moment, 4 to 5 people were standing in the air above them. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Sir, Elder Jean and the others have failed. Should we remove the array formation? An old man said with some fear on his face. The flawless ambush attack and even the use of the Immortal Sect's Chaos Origin array had actually failed. That terrifying 4 white shadows and that powerful girl. Even if they were watching from here, they felt their scalps go numb in some fear. The body of the middle-aged immortal god in the center was slightly trembling, and his eyes were filled with a crazy killing intent. No need. Call all the infant realm experts of the immortal sect over, and bring over the immortal blasting stones. Chapter 736, Beauty-Saving Hero 4, 14/20. After paying such a high price, if we still don't succeed, our Chaos Origin Immortal Sect will lose a lot of face. Moreover, Grand Elder told him to die, so he must die. The middle-aged man's face was full of frost. The coldness on his face slowly disappeared, and he became extremely indifferent. Yes, Vice Sect Leader. The experts next to him trembled, and a hint of fear flashed through their eyes as they nodded. Hurry up. We must kill him before the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect discovers him. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught. Vice Sect Leader, are you going to bring all the immortal destroying demolition stones? The old man asked in a deep voice. Immortal destroying demolition stones were an extremely precious one-time use item. This item was specially used to counter the Immortal Gate's protective array. If there were too many immortal destroying demolition stones, they could even cause damage to immortal gods. It was extremely terrifying. Bring them all, the middle-aged man said with a dark expression. Yes. A few elders quickly flew towards the Chaos Origin Immortal Gate. Are those 4 terrifying creatures human or not? How can they have such a powerful concealment effect? And the strength of that girl is definitely not something an ordinary half-step immortal god can compare to. The former Jianghu Dragon Gate, a faction in the real world, how could they have such terrifying experts? Could there be even more powerful immortal gods? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he looked down. However, at this point, there was no room for retreat. At this moment, within the Chaos Origin Array, the group of experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect were in a complete mess. There were only 7 experts left. Not only did they have to face this powerful girl, they also had to be careful of the sudden attack in the air. This caused their hearts to be filled with despair. The 2 infant stage experts were unable to dodge in time and were directly entangled by the 2 bone whips. The bone whips were filled with terrifying sharp blades, directly causing their bodies to be covered in bloody scars. Following that, they were flung heavily. The 2 infant realm experts were killed. Feng Lingtian glanced at Xiao Yu's terrifying attack and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, following that, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. If he couldn't even compare to a girl, then what kind of man was he? In an instant, the spirit's sword in his hand stirred up a violent gale, bringing along a terrifying wind howl as he attacked the 2 infant realm experts in front of him. The 2 of them were already filled with fear, only displaying 70 to 80% of their strength as they passively dodged Feng Lingtian's attack. Pooh. Suddenly, they felt the pain coming from their chests, and their hearts instantly fell into despair. At the same time, there was also a kind of relief. I'm destined to not be able to kill a single person. Fuck. I'm the crown prince. When did I become a gigolo? I need to hide behind a woman. The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth twitched as he looked to the side. On Xiao Yu's side, there was a completely dominating attitude. This made him sigh at the gap between him and her. It was simply too big. No. The last scream came from the white-bearded elder. In a short 5 minutes, 2 half-step immortal gods and 13 infant realm experts were all killed. Young miss, you are simply too powerful. Feng Lingtian looked at the corpses around him and came to Xiao Yu's side with excitement. Of course, why would I be as useless as you? Xiao Yu mocked him without giving him any face. The corner of Feng Lingtian's mouth twitched and he muttered softly, Actually, my strength is also very powerful among those of the same level. TSK, you even said that you, the demonic crown prince, who no one dares to provoke in the entire Yellow Cauldron region, have to give you face. Why? Are you using swords and sabers to give you face? Xiao Yu glared at him and looked around. Wait for me to leave, I'll teach them a lesson. Feng Lingtian said with a slightly red face. The formation hasn't been withdrawn yet. How are we going to leave? Xiao Yu looked around and frowned as she asked Feng Lingtian. Don't worry. There are quite a number of people who have come to Mount Jinming. Very soon, someone will notice something strange here. Feng Lingtian said with a smile. Tell me, if we can see the situation outside, will the people outside also be able to see us? Xiao Yu suddenly said with a frown. Of course. Feng Lingtian nodded his head as though it was a matter of course. How did the array activate just now? Also, if the chaotic immortal sect wanted to kill us, why didn't they remove the array after they failed? Why are they still here? If they were discovered, wouldn't the array be occupied? Xiao Yu asked a series of questions. Feng Lingtian frowned. He had never encountered such a thing since he was born with a golden key in his hand. In the past, No one in the entire Yellow Cauldron world dared to provoke him. As a result, his analytical ability was even inferior to Xiao Yu's. "You're really an idiot." Xiao Yu could not help but criticize him when she saw his appearance. I. Feng Lingtian was completely defeated. He opened his mouth and his face fell. Not good. At this moment, Xiao Yu's face revealed an embarrassed expression. In his line of sight, more than 20 experts flew over. All of them were at the infant realm. Feng Lingtian turned his head and looked over. His expression was also slightly embarrassed. The 15 experts from before, together with the 20 experts now, all the infant realm experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect are here. Be careful. Xiao Yu's face revealed a vigilant expression. After 15 experts died, more than 20 experts came. Clearly, they weren't seeking death. Jian Beihong, are you guys going to completely shed all pretense of cordiality with the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect? Right at this moment, an old man glowing with blue light suddenly appeared beside the vice sect master of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect. Seeing this old man arrive, the middle-aged man's expression turned slightly awkward. He asked coldly, "What? You want to save him? Aren't you all afraid that Ling Xiao will disregard the agreement between the immortals and gods and fight to the death with your immortal sect?" The old man with the blue light did not answer his question. His gaze flickered as he asked, "Ling Xiao? Hee. Since we dare to make a move, then we can deal with Ling Xiao. Our Grand Elder has already broken through." The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly as he stared at the old man with the blue light. "I see. Our Upper Nine Immortals sect will not interfere in your grudges." The old man with the blue light on his body nodded slowly and looked down. Below, more than 20 infant realm experts came to the edge of the formation. Each of them was holding a golden stone. Immortal-destroying exploding stone. The old man who was emitting a blue light had a trace of surprise in his eyes as he watched silently. Not good, immortal-destroying exploding stone. Inside the formation, when Feng Lingtian saw more than 20 infant realm experts taking out the golden stone, his face revealed a look of fear. Run. The power of the immortal blasting stones can threaten immortal realm experts. Let's run. Feng Lingtian was shocked and shouted loudly. At this moment, the formation disappeared and the immortal blasting stones were thrown at them. Chapter 737, Beauty Saving Hero 5, 15/20. Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly when she saw the object they threw at her. She was prepared to flee in all directions. However, the terrifying immortal bursting explosive stone did not attack them from the center. Instead, it sealed off all the areas they could escape from. We're finished. When Feng Lingtian saw the immortal bursting explosive stone that was sealed off, despair appeared on his face. This time, he was even more desperate than when he was surrounded by 15 experts from the immortal sections. Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly, and the black bone shield on his left hand grew bigger. At this moment, Feng Lingtian felt the black bone shield surrounding him. My defense is very strong. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Lingtian and said to him, "Boom." However, at this moment, the immortal bursting explosive stones surrounding them exploded. A terrifying power. Even from 100 meters away, Xiao Yu could feel a terrifying energy rushing towards her body. Pooh! Xiao Yu's expression changed drastically as she spat out a mouthful of blood onto Feng Lingtian's body. Not good. Her expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, continuous explosions sounded as Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Lingtian was completely stunned as he looked at the blood in front of him. Boom, boom. However, at this moment, an incomparable explosion sounded above their heads. It was as though the sky had collapsed. The ground had collapsed. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on Xiao Yu's shield. Her expression changed and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The bone shield itself was a part of her body. She was originally a mutated bone dragon, and the bone shield was her physical body. Now that the bone shield was cracked, it was equivalent to her body being heavily injured. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of explosions in the surroundings continued. Drops of fresh blood dripped from the bone shield and fell towards the ground. The fresh blood dripped onto Feng Lingtian's body, causing his dazed eyes to regain some color. The sounds of explosions in the surroundings began to decrease. He quickly looked over and discovered that Xiao Yu's face was extremely pale, as though there was no life left in him. No, no, why am I so useless? When Feng Lingtian saw this scene, his heart suddenly ached. His eyes were blood red, and his face slowly turned sinister. Drops of fresh blood were spat out from his mouth, and his body was emitting a green wind radiance. The wind light directly tore through his clothes. Pooh! Large mouthfuls of blood were spat out from his mouth, and the entire world seemed to quiet down in his ears. The sound of an explosion, the sound of an immortal-breaking stone being thrown over. Ah! His eyes began to bleed. He picked up Feather's body and instantly flew into the sky. Shadowless blood escape. With a roar, he flew towards the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect at a speed that was 3 to 4 times faster than usual. Stop him. Kill him. The surrounding Chaos Origin Immortal Sects saw the figure that suddenly flew out and roared loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, golden figures charged towards Windling Tian. Damn it! How can there be such a terrifying defense and that little bastard's explosive speed? So fast. In the sky, the vice sect leader of the Origin Immortal Sect looked slightly embarrassed. He clenched his fists tightly and glanced at the old man not far away. Finally, he relaxed. If it was not for the immortal god beside him, he would really dare to take the risk and attack. However, with the immortal god watching from the side, once he made a move, he would break the agreement between the immortal gods. If the immortal god broke the agreement, he would be punished by all the immortal gods. Up until now, no immortal god dared to break the agreement. Because of the rules, the first person who broke the agreement would definitely be the first person who broke the agreement. At that time, his attack would even cause the entire immortal sect to fall into a desperate situation. He did not dare to take the risk. Feng Lingtian's figure flew towards the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect at a terrifying speed. The people behind him could not keep up at all. The wind attribute was already one of the top 2 in terms of speed. Now that Feng Lingtian had used the blood sacrifice to explode, his speed was even more terrifying. None of the experts of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect had expected that they would be able to withstand the attack of the Immortal Blasting Stone. If a half-step Immortal God was hit by these Immortal Blasting Stones, he would instantly be heavily injured. If a few dozen Immortal God experts were hit at the same time, they would also be injured. At this moment, several deep craters that were hundreds of meters deep appeared on the spot where the explosion had occurred. If it wasn't for Xiao Yu being a mutated bone dragon, if it were any other divine dragon, the Earth Divine Dragon would probably not have been killed by the explosion. The other divine dragons would all die under this terrifying attack. Ah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Feng Lingtian hugged Xiao Yu's body and turned into a green light. Ah, someone. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect was right in front of them, and the Infant Realm experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect behind them stopped with ugly expressions. Feng Lingtian's shrill voice rang out from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. This caused everyone from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect to be completely stunned. It's the Crown Prince's voice. It's Ling Tian's voice. Shocked voices rang out one after another, and the expressions of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect experts changed drastically as they instantly flew into the sky. The Crown Prince's voice was too shrill, causing them to panic. Crown Prince. Ling Tian. Ling Tian. When the group of Immortal Sect's Infant Realm experts saw Feng Lingtian's figure, their faces changed drastically as they flew over. The group of experts instantly used wind energy to support Feng Lingtian's body. Hurry up and save him. Hurry up. Feng Lingtian looked at the elders and deacons around him and shouted loudly. I'm too useless, too useless. I actually need a woman to protect me. Feng Lingtian kept on saying, causing the Yellow Heaven immortal sex experts' expressions to change. Lingtian, go to the medicine peak. Let's go to the medicine peak. Everyone quickly looked at Xiaoyu in his arms, looking at the bone shield that was bleeding, and their expressions changed. So, everyone instantly landed on a mountain peak. Bring all the medicinal pills of the immortal sect over. Bring them all over. Ling Tian frantically ordered. Yes, yes, old Feng. Bring over all the medicinal pills in the immortal sect. All of them. When the Yellow Heaven immortal sect's experts saw their crown prince in such a crazed state, their expressions changed drastically as they shouted. Save her. We must save her. Ling Tian's mind seemed to have been stimulated as he roared in anger. Ling Tian, calm down. Miss Wang Yu still has a lot of hope. It's just that her body has suffered a powerful attack. Elder Feng sensed Little Yu's body and heaved a sigh of relief as he spoke to Ling Tian. Ling Tian, who attacked you? An old man handed Ling Tian one pill after another as he spoke with killing intent in his eyes. It's the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. They used the Chaos Origin formation to trap us and used the Immortal Bursting Explosion Stone to attack us. If it wasn't for her blocking the attack for me, I'm afraid I'm too useless. If it weren't for her, 2 half-step immortal gods and 13 infant realm experts would have already killed me. As Feng Lingtian spoke, he actually started to cry. He squatted on the ground and kept blaming himself. Chapter 738, Injured, 16/20. The group of Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect elders and deacons looked at each other in dismay as they looked at their own crown prince. This was the first time they had seen their own optimistic crown prince in such a manner. That overbearing crown prince with terrifying talent, who was always optimistic all day, had actually squatted on the ground and started crying. The self-reproach on his face caused their faces to reveal a pained expression. From the crown prince's words, they could guess a little. 2 half-step immortal god, 13 infant realm experts, and that terrifying immortal bursting explosive stone. With their crown prince's strength, he had no way of resisting. Just 2 half-step immortal god experts were enough to make it difficult for the crown prince to escape. Now that their crown prince could escape, it was obviously related to the heavily injured Miss Wang Yu. They had also heard from Elder Feng that the girl's strength was extremely terrifying, and it wouldn't take long for her to step into the immortal realm. Primordial Immortal Sect, you are all courting death. Elder Feng's eyes were ice cold as he growled. Immediately activate the highest alert of the Immortal Sect and prepare for battle. An elder with a walking stick said in a deep voice. It's the Great Elder. The elders and deacons of the Immortal Sect immediately responded loudly. I'll contact the sect leader. We must cure this lady, no matter how many pills we consume. Elder Feng, enlighten the crown prince. The old man with a walking stick gave out orders one after another. In an instant, dozens of Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect experts immediately began to carry out their orders. The Hunyuan Immortal Sect had sent out such an expert to kill their crown prince. This was equivalent to declaring war. The sect leader only had one son, and he was also the future sect leader's successor of their immortal sect. They couldn't afford to lose him. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The rapid bell chimes resounded throughout Yellow Heaven City and Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, ringing incessantly in their ears. This caused the expressions of everyone in Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and Yellow Heaven City to change drastically. Highest alert. Everyone, prepare your weapons. A roar resounded throughout Yellow Heaven City. In an instant, everyone entered battle mode. Highest alert. Highest alert. The actions of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect could already be upgraded to a war between immortal sections. Everything had to wait for the sect leader to come back and give the order. What's going on? Why is it the highest alert? At this moment, in a street in Yellow Heaven City, Elder Fan and the people from Thorn's sect had a slight change in expression. What is the highest alert? Elder Fan immediately asked the people from the Thorn sect to the side. The highest alert means entering a state of battle. A war can break out at any time. This war is the war of the entire immortal sect. The people from the Thorn sect said with faces full of fear. What happened? Elder Fan furrowed her brows, and her expression changed slightly. She immediately picked up her phone to call Xiaoyu. However, the call could not get through. This caused her to have a bad premonition. I'll go look for Xiaoyu first. Elder Fan's figure moved and flew directly towards the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's location. The 10 Draconids not far away also furrowed their brows and hurriedly followed. This lady, is Xiaoyu in your immortal sect? Yes, Miss Xiaoyu and our crown prince are in danger. Miss Xiaoyu is currently recuperating. Bring me there immediately. Elder Fan followed an elder from the immortal sect to the Medicine Peak. When he saw the pale-faced Xiaoyu lying on the bed, his expression changed slightly. Don't worry, Miss Wang Yu is already fine and is currently recovering. We will use the best medicinal pills to treat Miss Wang Yu. An elder in the room saw Elder Fan enter and immediately walked over to say, "Let me take a look at her." Elder Fan's expression was somewhat awkward, and he walked over with some self-blame in his heart. Sensing the injuries on her body, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. As both were mutated bone dragons, Elder Fan knew that Xiaoyu was only heavily injured and was not seriously injured. His gaze swept past the medicinal pills that contained powerful energy. These medicinal pills were enough to allow Xiaoyu to recover. His heart that had been lifted up also relaxed. With Xiaoyu's strength, how could he be injured when he was secretly protected by a half-step immortal god and 3 infant realm experts? Elder Fan's gaze swept past Feng Lingtian, who was lying on the bed, and he spoke with Elder Feng and the others with a gloomy face. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's Great Elder and Elder Feng were slightly surprised when they heard her words. Pa, pa, pa. At this moment, drops of blood suddenly dripped onto the ground. Everyone was stunned. The faces of the elders of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect changed, and they immediately took out their weapons. Strange demon, are you injured? Show yourselves. Elder Fan swept his gaze over, and his face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "BZZ." A strange demon appeared. His body emitted a faint white light. The white light energy slowly dissipated, revealing his true body. There was a terrifying wound on his body. Elder Fan's expression changed slightly. He immediately took out pills from his interspatial ring. "Please give me some pills," Elder Fan said with a dark expression. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect elders beside him all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the strange demon. A trace of fear flashed through their eyes. He was so heavily injured, yet he was still able to hide in the room and not be discovered by them. The person who shocked him the most was a very strange creature. "Please hurry up." A trace of impatience appeared in Elder Fan's eyes, and a faint aura emanated from his body. Everyone was shocked again. They looked at each other and said, "Immediately take the medicinal pills to treat him." Of the 4 strange demons, only one has appeared. I'm afraid the others have already. Elder Fan's face was dark. At this moment, she saw Feng Lingtian walking towards Xiaoyu's bed. Her face was slightly dark as she said, "Feng Lingtian, what exactly has happened to Xiaoyu?" "Let me tell you." Elder Feng looked at Elder Fan and slowly began to explain. Huh. Before they could say anything, a voice came from Xiaoyu's side. Elder Fan was stunned and immediately walked over. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? Are you all right?" Feng Lingtian, who was standing at the side, saw that Xiaoyu had woken up and asked with an excited expression, "Have you escaped? That's good. Looks like you still have some use." Xiaoyu looked at Feng Lingtian and smiled. "I'm useless. I'm completely useless." Feng Lingtian stood there with his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, before squeezing out a smile. "It's still useful. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to escape. They are here to kill me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have." Feng Lingtian lowered his head and said softly, "All right, if I didn't ask you to bring me to play, you wouldn't have been attacked. Everything is in the past. Why are you still acting like a girl? Xiao Yu said, amused. Xiao Yu, if I had followed you today, you might not have been hurt. Elder Fan walked over and said to her with some self-reproach. Master, why would I blame you? It's not my fault. I was only hurt a little. Xiao Yu smiled. I'll tell your brother about this now. Elder Fan took out his phone and said, No, there's no need. I'll tell you when I'm better. Xiao Yu immediately shook his head and looked at his master. 3 strange demons may have died. Elder Fan sighed and said, Then I'll tell my brother. Xiao Yu was startled and said with some hesitation, Chapter 739, Strength, 17/20. Brother. In the morning, Wang Xian suddenly received a call from Xiao Yu when he arrived at the first-grade pavilion that had been renovated. What's wrong? Are you coming back this afternoon or tomorrow morning? Wang Xian asked with a smile. I'm injured. Xiao Yu's slightly weak voice was heard. Huh. Wang Xian was stunned. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. I'll be there right away. Brother, don't come over. I'm calling you now. My injuries aren't too serious. I'll be fine in a few days. However, 3 of the strange demons might have died. Xiao Yu said to Wang Xian with a bitter expression. Just wait for me there. Wang Xian took a deep breath and said to Xiao Yu. Brother, I said it's fine. I'm not young anymore. I can't let you come whenever something happens. Xiao Yu said to him. Forget it. I'll let Aojian and Mo Qinglong and the rest go over. Wang Xian nodded. After chatting with him for a while, he hung up the phone. My younger sister has grown up. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Following that, his expression darkened as he looked at Mo Qinglong. Bring all the Aojian Ao demons and all the disciples of the Dragon Gate. Those who have already left, get them to head to the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. Contact Elder Fan when the time comes and let me know. This is a piece of soul-returning wood. Give it to the demonic beasts and see if you can revive the 3 demonic beasts that died. Head over immediately. It's the Dragon King. Mo Qinglong replied immediately. His body moved, and he flew into the distance immediately. As long as I can protect him for as long as possible. Wang Xian smiled faintly and walked towards the villa. At this moment, a shadow flashed across the sky above the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. It was almost as if he had teleported. The shadow landed at the Medicine Peak and entered it directly. Sect leader. When the crowd saw the middle-aged man's figure, they immediately called out respectfully. The middle-aged man's face darkened as his gaze swept over and landed on Feng Lingtian. Hey, are you stupid? What are you standing here for? Feng Lingtian stood beside Xiao Yu's bed with his head lowered, thinking about something. Xiao Yu could not help but call out to him. Lingtian. The middle-aged man shouted at his son and walked over. Father. Feng Lingtian turned his head and revealed a self-mocking smile. Father, come and see Xiao Yu. See if you can treat her quickly. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw his son's expression. He then turned to look at Xiao Yu and nodded. He then took out a medicinal pill from his interspatial ring. Level 8 healing medicine. The injuries on her body can be completely healed in 2 days. The middle-aged man said and handed it to Elder Fan. Elder Fan looked at it and directly put it into Xiao Yu's mouth. I have a simple understanding of the matter. Thank you for saving my son. Thank you. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yu and thanked him. Father, I'm useless. Feng Lingtian said with an ugly expression. If you're useless, then cultivate well. The middle-aged man patted his shoulder and said, Father will avenge you for this. I will. Feng Lingtian clenched his fists and looked at Xiao Yu. He said with determination, Don't worry, I'll let you protect me this time. I'll protect you in the future. Just you, cultivate for 8 lifetimes. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Feng Lingtian was stifled by her words and gritted his teeth. Just you wait. Sect leader. Where did the Chaos Origin Immortal sect get the guts to attack Ling Tian? Elder Ming walked to the side of the middle-aged man and asked with a serious expression, I met Jin Gujia today. He has already broken through to the middle-stage immortal realm. It must be because I killed his son that he would spare no expense to kill Ling Tian. As the middle-aged man spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. However, since they dare to attack, we will accompany them to the end. Establish an assassination team and kill them for me. The strength of our Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's disciples far surpasses that of his Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. Since they dare to kill Ling Tian, they must be prepared to die. It's the sect leader. I will be in charge of the assassination team. Elder Feng's expression was solemn as he said, So what if the Golden Ancient Jia has broken through to the middle immortal realm? Right now, we are competing in the strength of the disciples of the Immortal Sect. Since they dare to touch us, they will have to bear the consequences of our crazy revenge. All right. The middle-aged man nodded his head slowly. Elder Feng immediately went out to prepare. The middle-aged man looked at his son and then at Xiaoyu, who was lying on the bed. A faint smile appeared on his face. When his eyes fell on the strange creature lying on the bed next to him, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The great elder of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect walked over and reported the situation one by one. Not long after, Elder Fan received a call from Emo Qinglong. Sect Master Feng, Brother Xiaoyu has sent someone over. I'll go and pick him up. I'll have to trouble your immortal sect to pass through. Elder Fan said to the middle-aged man. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded. Miss Fan, I'll go with you. The great elder of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, who was holding a cane, said to Elder Fan. Okay. Elder Fan nodded and flew out. At the entrance of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, a group of Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect disciples stared at the group of people in front of them vigilantly. More than 80 Draconids followed Ajaya and Tang Yinxian out of 30 people. The other 50 Draconids had all arrived. In addition, Aojian and the 8 strange demons who were hidden in the air. And Aojian, the bodies of these people contained terrifying energy, making the disciples of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect full of vigilance. The great elder of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect swept his gaze across the crowd with a face full of shock. Aojian, come with me, Elder Fan said to them. Yes. Aojian nodded and followed Elder Fan towards Yao Feng. As soon as he stepped into the room, the middle-aged man instantly turned his head and stared at Aojian. His eyes flickered. Eldest Princess. Aojian walked to Xiaoyu's side and called out respectfully. Eldest Princess. At this moment, Ao Yao did not hide his figure. A white figure slowly appeared and called out. When the middle-aged man saw Ao Yao appear out of thin air, his expression changed drastically. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Yes, Ao Yao, go and take a look at your subordinates. Xiaoyu squeezed out a smile and said to Ao Yao. It's the eldest princess. Ao Yao nodded and moved to the side of the strange demon. Leader, the strange demon shouted in a low voice. Take me to the other 3 places of death, the strange demon said indifferently. Yes. Ao Yao helped the strange demon up, and the 2 figures disappeared into thin air. 2 immortal gods, and one of them has a terrifying concealing ability. A trace of shock flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, and his gaze swept towards the position of the door, and the shock in his eyes became even greater. Over 50 infant realm experts. The girl's elder brother directly sent over a terrifying force that was comparable to their immortal sect. Chapter 740, Gate of Immortality and Assassination 1, 18/20. To send such a terrifying force just for his own sister, it really is. Inside the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, Ling Zhao's gaze swept across the group of powerful forces, and he was slightly shocked. He looked at the young girl lying on the bed and thought of Aojian and the name Ao Yao creature. The eldest princess. In ancient times, only the emperor's sister was called the eldest princess. Obviously, the Dragon King was their king. Between immortals and gods, even a lower immortal would not be so respectful to a higher immortal. Not to mention that an immortal would treat a girl who had not reached the level of an immortal. To address the eldest princess respectfully, one could imagine the position of the girl in the Dragon King's heart. One had to know that his own son, the infant realm experts of the sect, would not normally address him as the crown prince, but directly address Ling Tian. This was because this was the dignity of the strong. Unless his son stepped into the immortal realm, only then could he be addressed as the crown prince. One could imagine how much the Dragon King doted on his sister. Sect leader, the assassination team has been formed. 10 infant realm experts and 50 Dan realm experts are waiting outside the door. Elder Feng came to the medicine peak and swept his gaze across the group of draconids at the door with a face full of surprise. His gaze was directed at their sect master, Ling Xiao. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and slowly walked out of the door. Trash. At the side, Ao Jian and Mo Qinglong heard what Elder Fan had said to them. Ao Jian coldly looked at Feng Lingtian, who was not far away, and snorted coldly. Feng Lingtian heard Ao Jian's words and looked a little embarrassed. He lowered his head. Okay. Ao Jian, don't talk about him. It's already good enough that he can bring me out. Xiaoyu, who was at the side, had recovered a lot after taking a large number of pills. When she heard Ao Jian's words and looked at Feng Lingtian's face, she hurriedly said, "It's the eldest princess. The Dragon King said that I'll protect you in the future." Ao Jian nodded and said to Xiaoyu, No need. Forget it. I'll tell my brother." Xiaoyu waved her hand when she heard that Ao Jian was going to protect her. She knew what it meant to be an immortal-level powerhouse. To ask him to protect her was simply. However, Xiaoyu was very happy with her brother's love for her. No matter what danger she encountered, her brother would always be there. "Princess, let's go and take care of some matters." Mo Qinglong, who had just contacted Wang Xian, walked over and said respectfully to Xiaoyu. "Okay, go." Xiaoyu nodded and looked at Feng Lingtian. "Hey, little slave, is there something wrong with your brain?" Seeing that he was motionless, Xiaoyu could not help but shout. "No, my brain is very normal." Feng Lingtian looked at Ao Jian's figure and said, "I'm thinking, when will I have the strength of your brother? With this kind of power, I can protect you in the future instead of you protecting me." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. "Don't compare yourself with my brother. My brother cannot be compared to anyone else. You are not bad yourself. A heaven's favored son, a demon prince, you are much more powerful than many other heaven's favored sons." Feng Lingtian was slightly bitter. "If I don't compare myself to your brother, even you cannot be compared to him. I am different from you. You should have noticed something as well, so don't compare yourself to me. Don't compare yourself to my brother. Just be a good little slave from now on. Don't think too much." Xiaoyu said with a smile. Her brother had turned her into a divine dragon. Xiaoyu knew that their starting point had already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even if Feng Lingtian was as strong as the #1 heaven's favorite of Yellow Cauldron and the evildoer crown prince, he was still a human and could not be compared to them. "I don't want to be a little slave," Feng Lingtian said with an embarrassed expression. "What? You still want to be the master?" Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand. "Let's retire, little slave. I'm too tired. I want to rest for a while." Feng Lingtian looked at Xiaoyu, who had her eyes closed, in a daze. Seeing her eyelashes flutter slightly, a hint of bitterness appeared on her face again. "The immortal sect will provide you with all the information. This time, experts above the dance stage are the targets of our assassination. We will kill anyone we see. However, don't be careless. Since the Hunyuan immortal sect dares to declare war against us, they will definitely have a backup plan, especially since the supreme elder of the Hunyuan immortal sect has already broken through to the middle-level immortal realm. According to the agreement of the Yellow Cauldron, 3 immortal sects, the heaven and earth will belong to them. This assassination will last for a very long time. Everyone, get ready." At the entrance, Ling Xiao ordered the group of immortal sect disciples in front of him with a dark expression. The Hunyuan immortal sect dared to attack his son. As an immortal god, Ling Xiao would naturally retaliate. Otherwise, it would be a waste to be an immortal god. Regardless of whether or not the other party's strength had increased significantly, they had to pay a heavy price for this assassination. Ling Xiao was already prepared to fight for a long time. Sect leader Ling, does the agreement between the immortals and gods mean that immortal-level experts are not allowed to make a move? At this moment, Imo Qinglong and Ao Jian walked out from the side and looked at Ling Xiao. Imo Qinglong asked, Ling Xiao glanced at Ao Jian and knew what they meant. With the Dragon King's love for his sister, he might really dare to make immortal-level experts make a move. It's best if the immortal-level experts don't fight, even if you haven't signed the immortal-level agreement. Ling Xiao looked at Ao Jian. He slowly reminded, the immortal-level experts are not allowed to fight in the immortal-level agreement. If the immortal-level experts have grudges, they can be resolved in two ways. One is a disciple battle. Each immortal sect will choose some disciples to fight to the death. The other method is a battle between the immortals and gods. Apply to all the immortals and gods. Under the agreement of both parties, a life-and-death battle will be held in a desert or an ocean. As for the rest, when someone attacks an immortal god, the immortal god can directly kill the attacker. When someone barges into the immortal sect, the immortal god can attack without any scruples. If the immortals do not attack because of the above conditions, they will be punished by all the immortals and killed. Ao Jian and Imo Qinglong nodded slowly, their eyes shining. In that case, Imo Qinglong glanced at the members of the Dragon Gate in front of him. Block the gate of the primordial immortal gate. Kill every single one of them who comes out. I still have 5 subordinates on my side. Let them enter the interior of the primordial immortal gate and assassinate them. Just as Imo Qinglong finished speaking, strange demon's voice came from the void. All right, since the immortals and deities cannot attack, then we will not attack. Ao Jian nodded with a cold gaze. Imo Qinglong will lead all the dragonmen to block their immortal gate. Strange demon will enter and assassinate them. They dared to hurt our eldest princess. Let them know what fear is and what despair is. Block the gate of immortality. Assassinate. Chapter 741. Immortal Gate Blocking and Assassination 2, 1920ths. Immortal Gate Blocking. Assassination. Ling Xiao, Huang Tian, and the others who were standing at the side were stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked at Imo Qinglong and the others in astonishment. What was the immortal gate blocking? It was a group of experts surrounding the entrance of another immortal gate. If the other party came out, they would kill them one by one. This was clearly telling you that if I wanted to fuck you, you could come out and fuck us. If you don't dare to come out, fine, then don't come out. If you don't come out, they won't care. We'll go assassinate you. This is a kind of above-board bullying, an above-board insult, and it's above-board to kill you. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's assassination team was dumbstruck. You're trying to block an immortal sect from the Nine Cauldrons world. How can you be so awesome? Now, their Hunyuan immortal sect was trying to assassinate their crown prince, the son of their sect leader. At most, they would set up an assassination team to take revenge using assassination methods. That was because even if 15 top-tier experts of the Hunyuan immortal sect died, they still had a power that could not be ignored. If they were to fight, their Yellow Heaven immortal sect would also suffer heavy losses. But now, this group of people wanted to directly block the immortal sect. This was too arrogant. However, feeling the strength of this group of people, they pursed their lips and fell silent again. More than 50 infant realm experts. This force was even more than the infant realm experts of their Yellow Heaven immortal sect. In particular, besides the 5 people on the surface, according to the voice in the void, he still had 5 subordinates. These 5 subordinates might be around them, so they couldn't sense it. Even their sect leader couldn't find their specific location. A terrifying assassin, a natural-born assassin. This power did indeed have the right to block the Immortal Sect after 15 experts of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect had died. And that terrifying assassin also had the ability to enter the Immortal Sect and assassinate the disciples of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. Sect Master Ling, I'll have to trouble everyone to take care of our eldest princess, Aojian said to Ling Xiao. Then, the group of people moved and flew directly towards the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled as he watched the group of people fly away. What a domineering behavior. Elder Feng's eyes sparkled as he stared at the group of people flying away. His face was filled with shock as he said, "They are very strong. That middle-aged man who is like a sharp sword and that terrifying creature in the void. When they join forces, their strength is not weaker than mine." Ling Xiao said with a slight sigh. The moment Ao Yao appeared, he even felt a sense of fear. The other party took advantage of his unpreparedness and very likely assassinated him. Sect leader, then we? Elder Feng looked at the group of people in front of him somewhat awkwardly. 10 nascent realm and 30 Dan realm. This was already a very powerful force. However, compared to the group of people just now, they were simply too weak. They were still preparing to launch a sneak attack, while the others were openly blocking the Immortal Sect. The two were on completely different levels. They're theirs, we're ours, Ling Xiao said slowly. It's the sect leader. Elder Feng knew what the sect leader meant. His son had been assassinated, and in the end, there were even more people who had been implicated by a girl. How should he put it? There was a sense of shame and humiliation. This made him feel how his own son felt in front of that girl. Ling Xiao shook his head. Let's go over and take a look. We can't lose. Elder Feng's figure moved, and he led the assassination team to fly towards the location of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect. The Chaos Origin Immortal Sect was located in a valley. The entrance to the valley was the entrance to the Hunyuan city of the Hunyuan Immortal Sect. It extended all the way to the back and was the Hunyuan Immortal Sect. The entire area had a circumference of 50 kilometers. The Hunyuan city had a population of 2 to 3 million people. 80% of them were disciples and family members of the Hunyuan Immortal Sect. On both sides of the Hunyuan city were huge mountains, creating a super city that was easy to defend but hard to attack. The gate of the city of origin was 20 meters high and 40 to 50 meters wide. From afar, it looked very spectacular. After the Yellow Heaven Immortal Gate sounded the alarm, the gate of origin not far away also sounded the alarm. They did not dare to guarantee that Ling Xiao would not go crazy and start a war between the two immortal gates. Therefore, the entire gate of origin was in a state of alert. On the city wall above the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect, a group of Chaos Origin city guards stood on top of it to patrol. The Chaos Origin Immortal Sect only has one main entrance. There might be a secret passage, but we can just block it here. The sun was high up in the sky. From afar, one could see more than 50 figures walking towards the direction of the Chaos Origin city with murderous auras. The main entrance of the Chaos Origin city was not closed because there was no need to close it. Although the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect and the Hunyuan Immortal Sect had shed all pretense of cordiality, the Hunyuan city belonged to the immortal gods. Once someone dared to break in, the immortal gods could kill the intruders. There were many trucks outside the gate of the Hunyuan Immortal Sect. The words Hunyuan were written on the trucks. Obviously, these were the trucks that the Hunyuan Immortal Sect had purchased outside. The Hunyuan Immortal Sect only has this one city gate. We can just block them here. Mo Qinglong looked around, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Strange demon, don't make a move for the time being. First, block them outside the city. Then, go to the city and kill them. Finally, kill them inside the Immortal Sect. Aojian stopped. Strange demon and I will not show ourselves. Aojian and Strange demon, you don't have to show yourselves. Just leave it to us disciples of the Dragon Gate. If the immortal gods don't show themselves, we disciples of the Dragon Gate won't even care about a Hunyuan Immortal Sect. Mo Qinglong said confidently. Emo Qinglong's current strength was at the half-step immortal god realm, while the others were all at the peak of the infant realm. With the cultivation under the spiritual energy waterfall and the one-year cultivation under the star guiding disk, their strength far surpassed the ordinary infant realm. Moreover, because of the divine dragon bloodline, although their combat strength was not at the half-step immortal god level, they could still resist 5 or 6 half-step immortal gods. The guy in front, you're standing in the middle and looking for death. Get lost. The truck was traveling on the road. When it saw Mo Qinglong and the others walking in the middle of the road, a middle-aged man stuck his head out and berated them. Are they from the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect? Mo Qinglong asked indifferently. That's right. Get out of the way. Don't court death. As the truck drove on without slowing down, the middle-aged man roared. That's right. Mo Qinglong and the others were expressionless. Motherfucker, who are these guys? The middle-aged man in the truck revealed a hint of anger. Get out of the way. Since they won't budge, I'll just ram them and kill them. Those who dared to block the path of their primordial immortal sect were courting death. This is a warning period. Don't tell me they're from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. The driver was slightly taken aback as he asked. If they're not from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect, then I don't know where they came from to seek death in the real world. Just ram straight into them. I can't believe they won't budge. All right. Chapter 742, Immortal Gate and Assassination 3, 2020. Boom. A loud sound was heard at the gate of the Chaos Origin Immortal Gate. The loud sound was like a terrifying explosion. A few trucks that were rushing over were directly blown away in the middle of the road. A draconid retracted his palm and continued to walk towards the city gate. 50 people were walking over, but they had an aura that could destroy a city. At this moment, the Hunyuan city guards standing on top of the city gate all looked over in astonishment. What happened? A middle-aged man looked over with a cold gaze. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the 50 or so members of the Dragon Palace who were walking toward them. Captain, they overturned our truck leaving the city. Could they be from the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect? A young man stood on top of the 20-meter-tall city gate, looking down and asking with a frown. No, they have short hair, and their aura is different from that of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect. I can't tell their cultivation level. The middle-aged man stared down and then snorted coldly. They dare to attack our truck. Let's go down. The middle-aged man moved and flew down directly. Around him, more than 10 guards immediately followed. Who are you? How dare you attack our truck? Do you know that you are courting death? The middle-aged man took out the spirit sword in his hand and coldly looked at Mo Qinglong and the others. With their backs against the majestic Hunyuan city and the Hunyuan Immortal Sect, the guards of the Hunyuan city were not afraid of the 50 or so people. People from the Dragon Gate? Mo Qinglong did not stop. He looked at the 10 or so guards and waved his arm. A 10-meter-long demonic chi dragon claw directly attacked them. Enemy attack. The faces of the Hunyuan city guards changed drastically. They roared loudly and pulled out their swords to attack the demonic chi dragon claw. However, like ants shaking a tree, the dozen or so city guards couldn't stop them at all. They let out miserable shrieks. The sounds of enemy attacks and miserable shrieks traveled to the city gate of the Chaotic Origin Immortal Sect, causing the expressions of all the other city guards standing on the city gate to change slightly. Who dares to kill people in front of the city gate of the Chaotic Origin Immortal Sect? The voice of an infant realm expert who was guarding not far away from the city gate was heard. Soon after, an old man floated above the city gate and stared coldly at Mo Qinglong and the others. Mo Qinglong and the others did not answer. They raised their heads and glanced at the old man before walking toward the city gate expressionlessly. The old man sensed their strength, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. 500 meters away from the city, Mo Qinglong and the others stopped. The 50-meter-long dragon people lined up on the wide road. From today onwards, We will kill every single disciple of the chaotic origin immortal sect that we see. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from inside Hunyuan City. The voice rang out for a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The old man standing above the city gate was stunned. In the city, the Hunyuan immortal sect experts who heard the voice were slightly stunned. "Fuck, you're courting death." When the old man heard Imo Qinglong's words, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. A group of 50 people came to the entrance of their Hunyuan city. In the end, they said that they would kill every single Hunyuan immortal sect disciple they encountered. This was a blatant insult to their immortal sect. And from their stance, it was obvious that they wanted to block the gate. A blatant provocation and insult. The old man stood in the air 100 meters in front of the city gate. His body moved, and metal swords appeared one after another. "Leave him alone." Imo Qinglong looked at the old man who was 100 meters away from the city gate, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Yes." A series of voices sounded, and then the two draconids moved and attacked the old man at a terrifying speed. Infant realm. The old man's expression changed greatly when he saw the draconids who attacked him in an instant. The 1,000 metal longswords behind his back instantly covered the two of them, and he prepared to retreat. Two people who came out casually already had the strength of the infant realm, and there were more than 50 people on the other side. Could it be that all of them were at the infant realm, trying to escape? One of the draconid's arms enlarged and turned into a terrifying dragon claw that was 2 to 3 meters long. The dragon claw was covered with black dragon scales, making it look extremely terrifying. They completely ignored the metal longswords that were attacking them. With a wave of their dragon claws, they instantly attacked the elder. Not good, so strong. Feeling the attack from behind, the elder's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly turned around to block. Another draconid moved forward, and golden metal longswords landed on his body, but they were blocked by the black scales on his body. The elder who had just turned around saw a draconid approaching him, and his expression changed again. He was entangled. Devil-splitting dragon claw. The terrifying dragon claw carried a black sharpness as it directly tore towards the elder's body. The elder's expression changed drastically, and the metal longswords revolved around him, forming a powerful defense. Ka-ka-ka. The dragon claws made an ear-piercing sound as they landed on his body. Die. At this moment, another draconid had arrived. The terrifying dragon claws directly covered his entire body. Oh no! A trace of fear flashed through the old man's eyes. His entire body emitted a terrifying golden light. 1,000 needles, 10,000 needles, 100,000 needles. Numerous finger-sized golden auroras formed a terrifying metal attack. Boom! However, before the metal could form, two terrifying dragon claws struck the old man's body. Ah! The old man widened his eyes, raised his head and roared, wanting to block the attack. Boom! Another attack came, and the old man's voice came to an abrupt halt. A draconid grabbed the old man's body with his dragon claws and threw him towards Hunyuan City. Bang! The old man's body crashed into the city walls on both sides and was embedded into them. Deacon 1. The faces of the few old men who were flying towards them changed drastically as they shouted loudly. The old man had only flown 100 meters away, but this 100 meters was like a natural chasm. He had lost his life on the spot. The two draconids moved and returned to a position 500 meters away from the city gate. They looked coldly at the city. The bodies of over 100 nascent soul realm experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect who were flying in the sky and daring to come over froze. In a short instant, the nascent soul realm deacon was actually killed. Looking at the more than 50 people who were standing 500 meters away from their city in silence and coldness, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They're standing at the entrance of our city. They're trying to block us outside the city. An old man gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. Block us outside the city? The disciples of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect immediately had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes revealed a crazed killing intent. There was actually someone who dared to block the entrance of their city. Moreover, they would kill anyone who came out. Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. This was simply the first time in the history of the Immortal sect. If someone is really blocked inside the city gate, where's the face? Chapter 743, Cursing the City, 1/5. Who dares to block our city gate? Is it the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect? Are they fucking courting death? Let's go and kill them. Whoever dares to block our city gate, we must teach them a lesson. They were furious. From today onwards, they would kill every Hunyuan Immortal sect disciple they saw. As long as he was a person with blood in his veins, he would be extremely furious when he heard these words. This was especially so for the disciples of the Immortal sect. The Immortal sect, which was high and mighty, was now being blocked at the entrance of their home. They would kill every single one of them who dared to come out. This was simply the most direct insult to their Hunyuan Immortal sect. One by one, the Hunyuan Immortal sect disciples swarmed towards the entrance with weapons in their hands. They were filled with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the city gate was densely packed with more than 1,000 people. There were also many dance stage and Xiantian experts who flew on their flying swords and stood in the air. They looked at the 50 people who were standing 500 meters away from the city gate. All of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. More than 50 people stood in a row with their hands behind their backs. They stared at the city gate with an invincible aura. This attitude and behavior was the greatest contempt for the entire Chaotic Origin Immortal sect. Damn it! More than 50 people are blocking our city gate. Let's kill them. A heaven's favorite of the Chaotic Origin Immortal sect stared at Imo Qinglong and the others below with a face full of anger and shouted loudly. Kill. Kill them. Hang these damn fellows on the city wall and announce to the world the consequences of provoking our Chaotic Origin Immortal sect. The excited Chaos Origin Immortal sect disciples shouted loudly. Go, follow me. A young man who was blinded by anger moved and prepared to attack Imo Qinglong and the others. Retreat. An old man shouted and stopped the young man. Elder, are we just going to watch them act arrogantly in front of us? The young man said angrily. Stop. No one is allowed to go out. The old man moved his body and looked at the corpse embedded in the city wall. His expression was extremely ugly. His body moved, and he took out the corpse and held it in his hands. That's Deacon One. Some of the Hunyuan Immortal sect disciples who had just arrived were slightly shocked. Their faces revealed shock. No matter which faction you are from, if you dare to kill our Hunyuan Immortal sect disciples and block us here, we will definitely kill you. The Hunyuan Immortal sect's elder's face darkened as he roared angrily. Don't say these useless things. Today, if your Hunyuan Immortal sect's disciples dare to attack us, we will definitely let you die here. If you have the guts, come out. Hunyuan Immortal sect, hee. Imo Qinglong said with a disdainful expression as he crossed his arms in ridicule. His voice once again spread over 10 kilometers of Fengyuan. This caused the Hunyuan Immortal sect disciples standing on the city gate to look as if their eyes were about to split open. Blatant mockery. They had been blocked at the gate, but now they could only watch. Elder, you must kill them. You must kill all of them. A disciple roared angrily. No one is allowed to leave. Don't worry, none of them can leave. The old man's eyes were cold. He looked up and saw another group of people walking over. They are from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. An exclamation came from the side. In the distance, more than 40 people from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect were flying over. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the sound of the gathering bell rang out from behind the Immortal sect. No one is to go out. The old man's figure flashed as he flew towards the Immortal sect. Domineering. At this moment, Elder Feng led a group of assassins from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect and rushed over. When he saw more than 50 people standing in a row, he couldn't help but sigh. This kind of boldness was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Brother Imo. Elder Feng hesitated for a moment before coming to Imo Qinglong's side and shouting. After all, both sides could be considered allies now. Yes, Elder Feng. I was about to ask my disciple to look for you. Could you please give us information about the Hunyuan immortal sect's heaven's chosen disciples, elders, and deacons? It would be best if you also have information about their residents. We will need it in the next 2 days. Imo Qinglong looked at Elder Feng and said, Okay, we have all this information. Elder Feng naturally knew the purpose of Imo Qinglong's request. He quickly looked at the people beside him and said, Brother Imo, let us join you. Okay. Imo Qinglong nodded. Elder Feng was a little embarrassed. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Especially those experts of the Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect who were Half-Step, Infant Realm, and Dan Realm. It was even more awkward. No matter what, they were still experts and had some status in the Immortal Sect. Now that they were here, they always had the feeling that the fox was using the tiger's might. Cough, cough. At this moment, a young man glanced at the experts beside him and then looked towards the city gate. He turned his eyes and slightly raised his head as he jumped over the group of draconids. Little thieves in front, I've already blocked your gate. Why don't you dare to come out? FUCK? A group of useless things. They actually dared to sneak attack our crown prince. They actually dared to sneak attack our crown prince's friends. How could they be so fucking cowardly now? Useless things, why are you standing on the city gate? Are you very angry? Then come out, a group of cowards, a group of cowards. Cursing. No, it should be cursing the city. A dance stage expert's voice could be heard for more than 10 kilometers. Those humiliating words immediately caused everyone on the city wall to explode. FUCK, not only was the city blocked, but now they were actually being scolded. Moreover, it was a dance stage expert who was shouting. With a roar, it spread across half of Hunyuan City. What the FUCK? Motherfucker. I'm going to kill them. An enraged, burly middle-aged man couldn't help but move his body and directly attacked the young man who was shouting at the top of his lungs. And in an instant, a draconid moved. Pong! Beside the city gate, before anyone could react, the middle-aged man was directly slapped onto the ground by the terrifying dragon claws. The terrifying attack instantly killed the middle-aged man on the spot. When the young man who had cursed the city saw this scene, he could not help but shrink his head. Soon after, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Hey, finally, a man with guts. This is a real man. He would rather die than be humiliated. Look at the bunch of cowardly turtles and trash above you. They are unworthy of being men and are even calling themselves the Hunyuan Immortal Sect. From now on, they will be called the Cowardly Turtle Immortal Sect. As the young man spoke, he eagerly walked to the middle-aged corpse and placed it in the middle of the city gate. He pointed at the corpse and shouted loudly, Look, this is what heroes are like. You're great heroes. Look at yourselves. Turtles, aren't you ashamed? Chapter 744. Cursing Under the City Wall, 2/5. Aw, I'm going to kill you. This is too infuriating. This is too infuriating, you bastard. I'll remember you. I'll definitely kill you in the future. Are there any brothers who will rush over with me? I'll kill that fellow today, even if I have to die. Everyone, don't be rash. Don't fall for their tricks. Our immortal sex experts will come over immediately. Furious voices rang out one after another. The disciples of the Chaos Origin Immortal Sect on the city wall nearly lost their minds and rushed over. The Yellow Heaven Immortal Sect's disciples' taunts were filled with trash. Also, he actually called them cowards and said that their Chaos Origin Immortal Sect was cowards. A gentleman could be killed but not humiliated. This was no longer a simple insult. In an instant, dozens of people wanted to rush over, but were stopped by the people beside them. They could only listen to the ridicule with extremely gloomy faces. Aggrieved, incomparably aggrieved. However, they had no way at all. There were more than 50 terrifying experts who didn't know the depth of their strength standing in a row. There were also at least 10 infant realm experts from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. If they went out, their fate would definitely be the same as that middle-aged man's, dying miserably on the spot. Pooh! A middle-aged man was so angry that he directly spat out blood and panted heavily. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw this situation, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Behind him, the group of Dan Realm experts who felt that they were completely useless were also itching to make a move. Cough, cough. The Dan Realm experts from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect, and those who were half a step into the Dan Realm all let out a shrill cry. Cowardly Turtle Immortal sect, since you dared to attack our crown prince yesterday, why don't you even dare to come out of the city gates today? This is the gate of your Hunyuan Immortal sect. You don't even dare to come out of your own home. Why are you still alive? Why don't you die? Trash, I'm talking about you. Why are you staring? Can your eyes kill me? Trash, trash, come, come. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. For a moment, the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect's Dan stage experts pointed at the disciples in the city and mocked loudly. With 30 people joining, all sorts of mocking and disdainful words were heard in an instant. That voice not only made the faces of the Hunyuan Immortal sect's disciples outside the city gate angry, but also made their eyes bloodshot. Even the Hunyuan Immortal sect's disciples and family members inside the city who didn't come over clenched their fists and wished they could rush out. Humiliation, humiliation. When had their Chaos Origin Immortal sect ever suffered such humiliation? And since they could not retaliate, how could they retaliate? Scold back? If they really scolded back, then the other party would have even more reason to mock them. They could already imagine that after today, they would become a disgrace to all the immortal sects, a clown that was used as a joke by the other immortal sects. Emo Qinglong smiled when he saw the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect disciples cursing the city. It's still very useful. Elder Feng smiled awkwardly and politely when he heard that. Although it was awkward, he was very satisfied with the effect. At this moment, on the main peak of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect, 3 immortal gods stood in front, looking down at the elders and deacons of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect. There were a total of 26 people. There were more than 40 experts of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect who were above the infant realm. 15 of them died yesterday, and another one died today. The strength of the entire peak of the sect was directly lost by 30 to 40%. The 3 immortals stood on top with ugly expressions. Come, let's go. I want to see who dares to block the city gate of our Chaos Origin Immortal sect apart from the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect. Supreme Elder Jin Gujia, who was standing in the middle, said with a gloomy expression. Let's go. The group of top-tier experts of the Primordial Immortal sect moved and flew toward the city gate. However, before they reached the gate, they heard mocking voices. This caused the 3 immortals of the Primordial Immortal sect to tremble, and their faces instantly turned extremely gloomy. Those insults were simply an insult to them and trampling on them. They, the great Chaos Origin Immortal sect, had never suffered such a grievance before. The top experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect following behind were also extremely embarrassed. A terrifying dark cloud gathered in the sky. The terrifying energy was already able to cause changes in nature. Grand Supreme Elder and Sect Leader are here. All the experts from our immortal sect are here. The Grand Elder must kill that group of people outside. He must teach them a lesson. Kill them. When the disciples of the immortal sect saw the immortals and experts of the immortal sect coming, their faces turned red as they shouted loudly. This was the only time that the disciples of the immortal sect lost their minds and did not welcome the Grand Elder and the others. When the 3 immortal gods heard the voices from below, their expressions became even more unsightly. They stood in the sky above the city gate. There were 3 immortal gods and more than 20 experts at the infant realm and above behind them. More than 60 infant realm experts. The three immortal gods of the Hunyuan immortal sect swept their gazes over and immediately saw the strength of the 100 people below. More than 60 infant realm experts. When they saw the strength of this group of people, a hint of solemnity flashed in the eyes of the three immortal gods. Especially those 50 nascent realm experts who were lined up in a row. They were not from the Yellow Heaven immortal sect. Which faction are you from? You have participated in the matter between US and the Yellow Heaven immortal sect. Do you know the consequences? You will have to pay a heavy price. The Supreme Elder of the Chaos Origin immortal sect looked coldly at Emo Qinglong and the others. His voice resounded throughout the world. You dare to hurt our eldest princess? We will make your Chaos Origin immortal sect pay a heavy price. Emo Qinglong did not reply. At that moment, a cold voice came from the distant void. Everyone was stunned. The noisy Chaos Origin city immediately fell silent. The disciples standing on the city wall looked into the distance in shock. Your eldest princess? Upon hearing the immortal god's voice, the Chaos Origin immortal sect's Grand Elder's expression turned extremely ugly. The middle-aged man next to him had a thought. The image of the girl appeared in his mind. His expression changed, and he immediately sent a voice transmission to the Grand Elder. This caused a serious expression to appear in their eyes. There was actually an immortal god-level existence behind that girl. That attack yesterday had caused their Chaos Origin immortal sect to have an enemy with an immortal god, and it was a powerful enemy from an unknown faction. Clearly, the other party had already fought with the Yellow Heaven immortal sect. This caused the three immortal gods of the Chaos Origin immortal sect to have gloomy expressions on their faces. All their efforts had been for naught. Not only had they failed to kill that kid yesterday, but they had also provoked a terrifying force. Our Chaos Origin immortal sect does not intend to assassinate your eldest princess. Please forgive us if we implicate you. The sect leader of the Chaos Origin immortal sect said in a deep voice, I wonder how we can let this matter go. When we have killed enough people, we will naturally stop. Ao Jin's cold voice continued to be heard. Outrageous. Do you really think that our Hunyuan immortal sect is afraid of you? The Supreme Elder of the Hunyuan immortal sect roared with an extremely embarrassed expression. Close the city gates. No disciples are allowed to leave the city for the time being. I want to see how long they can stand here. The middle-aged immortal god ordered with an extremely embarrassed expression. Chapter 745, Panic Assassination, 3/5. Close the city gate. No disciple is allowed to leave the city. When the middle-aged immortal god's voice resounded, all the surrounding disciples of the Chaos Origin immortal sect were stunned and their faces turned black. Close the city gate. An immortal sect was forced to close the city gate and was prohibited from leaving the city. This was simply the humiliation of the immortal sect. The faces of the three immortal gods of the Chaos Origin immortal sect were also very ugly. More than 60 infant realm and more than 60 infant realm experts were blocking the position at the city gate. With the strength of their Chaos Origin immortal sect, they were completely incomparable to them. Even if all the experts of the Chaos Origin immortal sect were to charge out, it would still not be enough for the other party to kill them. Moreover, their city rules forbade the immortal gods from attacking. As long as they attacked, it would violate the Immortal God Treaty. Not to mention the Immortal God Treaty, the immortal gods hidden in the surroundings would also find it difficult to allow them to break through. Even Ling Xiao was hidden in a corner around them. The three of them could not make a move, and the more than 60 infant realm experts outside the city had crushed the entire Chaotic Origin immortal sect. They could only close the city gates. Wait for them to leave. This was a very shameful thing to do, but there was no other way. Our Chaotic Origin immortal sect will remember this matter. In the future, you will definitely pay a terrible price for what you did today. The three immortal gods of the Chaos Origin immortal sect were not willing to stay here any longer. After saying those words filled with killing intent, they snorted coldly and left. Close the city gates. No disciples are allowed to leave. Return to the city. An elder of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect shouted in a low voice with an unsightly expression. His cold gaze swept across the crowd in front of the city gates before he turned around and left. Coward, why are you closing the city gates? Come out if you have the guts, Turtle Immortal sect. Trash, you dare to assassinate our crown prince and his friends. Now, you don't even dare to come out. Outside the city, a group of Yellow Heaven Immortal sect's dance stage experts saw that they were actually going to close the city gate and mocked loudly. Hearing the voices coming from behind, the top-tier experts from the Chaos Origin Immortal sect trembled slightly. They gritted their teeth and flew towards the Immortal sect. Out of sight, out of mind, they did not dare to enter the city gate. As long as they did, the immortal gods would be able to kill them instantly. Aren't you all powerful? Come in if you have the guts. Just barking outside. If you have the guts, come in. You're a bunch of trash. Seeing the immortal god and the top-tier experts of the immortal sect leave, the disciples of the immortal sect felt a little hopeless. This time, their immortal sect's face was going to be lost for sure. Therefore, they simply opened their mouths and started cursing outside. Damn it, they couldn't hold it in any longer. If they couldn't win, then they would curse. In any case, it was already very embarrassing. So what if they were to lose a little more face? You actually still closed the city gates. You bunch of cowards, if you have the guts, you can cower for the rest of your lives. If you have the guts, you can never come out again. If you have the guts, you can always stay outside. Motherfucker, do you want us to send you some tints and food? You bunch of bastards. Motherfucker, you don't even dare to come out of your own home, yet you dare to bark at your own home. Aren't you ashamed? We are all from the same immortal sect, and we are all ashamed of you. The Chaos Origin Immortal sect, who had given up their dignity, and the Yellow Heaven Immortal sect's group of dance stage experts began to curse. For a moment, the entire Chaos Origin city was filled with all sorts of curses. This caused the elders and deacons of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect to tremble. They don't dare to come in anyway, so let them curse. One of the deacons said in slight silence. Let them curse. At the very least, they could vent their anger. After all, this was Chaos Origin City, and they had the numbers. If they were to curse, they would not lose out. The corners of the elders' and deacons' mouths twitched, and they directly dealt with their own matters with an embarrassed expression. Chaos Origin Immortal sect has lost a lot of face this time. After today, I believe that the entire Jianghu will become famous. Elder Feng said happily when he saw this scene. Today is just the beginning. Emo Qinglong's face revealed a faint smile, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Elder Feng was slightly silent as he sighed. It was too terrifying to offend such an enemy. He was certain that if it wasn't for the Immortal God Pact, the Chaos Origin Immortal sect would have already turned into a river of blood. The fact that his sister was injured and sent 2 immortal gods meant that the Dragon King still had immortal gods under him. At the very least, the Dragon King was still around. Elder Feng, I've posted all the actions of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect on the Jianghu website. I've posted all the posts in the 8 cauldrons. Haha, let's see how the Chaos Origin Immortal sect will continue to survive in the Jianghu in the future. At this moment, the young man who had started cursing earlier walked to Elder Feng's side and said excitedly. Elder Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Go back to the Immortal sect and bring all the information about the elders, deacons, and heaven-chosen disciples of the Chaos Origin Immortal sect. Yes, Elder. The young man nodded and immediately flew toward the Immortal sect. Time slowly passed, and 5 to 6 hours passed very quickly. Emo Qinglong and the others were still standing outside the city gate. As infant realm experts, it would not be a problem for them to not eat or drink for 1 to 2 months. A row of experts stood there, and no one in the entire Chaos Origin Immortal sect was driven out of the city gate. Bang! This is too fucking depressing. Every area on the pugilistic world's internet now has news of our Chaotic Origin Immortal sect being blocked. We have completely lost face. Now, The disciples of the other immortal sects are also calling us Turtle Immortal Sect. FUCK. I want to go out and kill those people outside and wash away our shame with their blood. Sigh. This time, our Chaos Origin Immortal Sect is completely defeated. The elders and deacons of the Immortal Sect failed to kill Feng Lingtian. Instead, they made us provoke a powerful enemy. I don't know how long those terrifying experts outside will block the Immortal Sect. As time goes by, we will become the laughingstock of the martial world. At night, in a restaurant in Chaos Origin City, two elders sat at a table on the top floor. They slammed the table angrily and shouted loudly with red faces. Situations like theirs happened in many places in Hunyuan City. Come, drink more. Drink more today and forget about this unhappy matter. Even immortals can get drunk when they are drunk. Hee, drink more today. The two old men drank. The moon slowly rose, gradually silencing the irritable Hunyuan City. One by one, the elders, deacons, and disciples of the Chaotic Origin Immortal Sect returned to their homes or the immortal sections. Like many immortal sects, some infant realm experts lived in the city, and some lived in the immortal sections. When night fell, and most people fell asleep. In the center of the city, in the luxurious courtyard of an immortal sect's deacons, a faint white light fell on the door of the room, and it quietly opened. An old man was lying on the bed, snoring softly. Poochie. Suddenly, a strange white figure appeared, and blood splattered onto the bedsheets. The white light enveloped the old man, and he slowly disappeared. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.